Welcome back, everyone. You caught me on the op there. I'm just sending a message. Good evening. It's going to be a long one tonight. We are live for our election special. I hope everyone is doing well and that you've had an absolutely fabulous day. Wow, what an audience we're going to have tonight. 650 people already. Wow, boy, oh boy, oh boy. Now, we've got some guests popping in throughout the show, starting off in just a couple of moments. So we've got the one and only Richard. Good evening, Richard. How you doing, mate?
Good evening, everybody. Good evening.
You all prepared? You ready for this?
Tonight.
Good, man. We have Craig. Craig, unfortunately, his camera's not working. Craig, you're live, mate. How you doing? Craig, can you hear me? Craig, I've lost you. There you go. Can you hear me, Craig? Unfortunately, we can't see or hear Craig. I don't know what's going on there. Craig, if you're watching, reboot your iPad, mate. I think that might be the problem. Let's just have a quick look. Yeah, reboot your iPad. There you go. Let me see how that goes for him. So we got a few guests popping on tonight. Adam says Mayor was harassed. Is that today? I haven't had a chance. Literally haven't had a chance to look at anything today. My phone, Richard, has been red hot all day.
Well, do you know, mine's been the same. And I think, you know, look, I've been doing this a while and I've been interested in politics for probably most part of my life. But I think this election in a strange way is more exciting than Brexit. Yeah. I know that sounds crazy because Brexit, you were kind of, well, we'll give it, we'll vote leave and give it a punt and see what happens. You know what I mean? I don't think any of us really thought for a minute there was going to be much progress, but there's something going on at the minute, and I've almost
there's something in the air. There's something in
the air, and you see, Farage has picked up on that, and he's tapped into that brilliantly, and I think it's a question of what we do from here. I mean, it's, you know, of course the polls are still open. They're still, if you haven't, by the way, guys, if you're near a polling station, you register to vote and you haven't voted, you can't say this on the BBC, you can't say this on ITV, but at the moment we're not governed by Ofcom, so go and vote Reform, right? Yeah. Before 10 o'clock, okay?
Absolutely.
And, you know, but yeah, my phone and some of the messages, well, the amount of people, Paul, I've had, and when you think about this is incredible because when Brexit happened, a lot of people came on the electoral roll, right? They'd never voted before in their lives. Working class people said, do you know what? We're having some of that. And they obviously helped the Conservatives get across the line in 2019 massively with the breakthrough in the Red Wall. Now, it's going to be very interesting to see what's happened to those people and how they voted. Because I think what's happened, Paul, I think Reform has given the first-time voters at Brexit that weren't political and the 2019 Tory voters that got shafted, let's get it right, by the Tory party, it's given them an outlet to vent their steam against the establishment once again. And I think there could be a massive upset here, Paul. I'm not saying they're going to win the election or anything like that, but I think there could be a lot more going on than the mainstream media. I just can't wait till the mainstream media are reaching for the sick bags, mate.
Well, I tell you what, they are saying, by the way, that there has been huge turnouts.
Wow.
Today. Yeah. Now, a huge turnout today, to me, only means one thing.
I would think so.
And that means a big turnout for Reform. I mean, who else are they going to turn out big for?
Yeah. There's nobody else, is there?
There's no one else.
Nobody's that enthusiastic. The only thing that the sort of sectarian vote that we've been talking about, that could be quite substantial in some of the local areas, you know, backwards and forwards. But I think
it will be, yeah.
I think Reform is going to. I think Nigel's going to be very happy by the end of tonight. Put it that way.
I do. 2,400 people already watching, Richard. Unbelievable. Guys, let me show you. Let me show you one of the dirty tricks that the worried left have been playing today. Now, I don't know how many of you have seen this. This is unbelievable. This went virtually viral this afternoon. Have a look at this. Breaking news. Now, this looks like it's come from the BBC, right? But it hasn't. General election now to be held over 2 days. Due to the unprecedented increase in the number of registered voters, the general election will now be held over 2 days instead of one, to ease congestion and overcrowding at polling stations. Let me just welcome Craig. Craig, welcome. We can see you now, brother.
Hello, Paul. Nice to be here.
Good, man. I'm just reading something else.
Hi,
something out, Craig.
All right, now.
And it goes on. Labour, Liberal, Democrat and the Green Party supporters should vote on Thursday, today. Conservative and Reform voters should vote on Friday, which is a complete and utter lie. I mean, what a dirty, horrible, rotten, and probably, I would imagine, a legal trick to play.
Oh, absolutely. If they can find out who's done that, that's got to be a breach of every single rule there is in the book. Do you know what I mean? It really has to be. Paul, I'm being a bit rude here. I'm just checking to see if this is actually streaming on my. It's streaming on my.
Yeah, no worries, mate. No worries. You crack on. I'm going to introduce. Not that he takes much introduction, but ladies and gentlemen, for those of you that didn't see my video with my friend Craig, who doesn't live a million miles away from me. He's also a bit useful, by the way, so he comes in quite handy at times. Craig, welcome to the show, mate. You're making your live debut.
Lovely.
I've pulled him off Richard, I've pulled him off
the
the
sub. See you, brother.
And you.
Pulled him off the subs bench, mate, and he's going to be our super sub tonight. How are you, Craig? Have you voted yet?
I have, mate. I got up, that was it. Shower, went straight up there, took the missus, done and back.
Yeah. Same as we did. Me and the wife went up there first thing this morning, got in there and voted.
Was it busy?
Luckily, I got there. There was 3 of us.
Okay.
In that time we walked to there, actually got the paperwork, showed them my ID. I turned around, there's 15 people in the queue within 2 minutes. That was it.
Wow. Yeah.
We got there. Perfect timing for us.
Yeah. No,
Do you know what?
it's
Go on, Richard. Carry on, mate.
No, I mean, my polling station, it's never that busy. I mean, I always try to go just between 10 and 11 because, like, everyone's gone to work that's working a 9 to 5. And then, there's always a bit of time you can just get in and just, there you go, when it's before the evening rush, before the lunchtime rush. So, yeah, I think it's between 9 and 11 is normally a good time to get in there and get the little next in the box,
Perfect timing.
Yeah. You're muted there, Paul.
I keep doing that. I keep muting myself. Sorry, guys. Can I just say, 3,220 people already watching. I love you all. Thank you so much for joining us this evening. We can be happy or sad together as the night goes on.
Yeah.
Let me go through some of the new members that have already joined over the last 24 hours as we've built up to this show. Paul Bindweed, thank you very much. Ali Ishmael, thank you very much. Steve Johns, Martin Wood Holland, Dave S, Andrew Prickett, Biffalumps, Mick Rooney, Barry, and Zena Nash. Never you mind that. Thanks for all your genuine support of the UK. It is our absolute pleasure. It's our honour and it's our duty. Right Wing, thank you. Right Wing became a YouTube member. English Realist, a member for 3 months now. Andy's a new member. Mac Jerry, 2022. The BBC can't say go out and vote Labour, but they can dress their news seats red and news logo red and repeatedly say press the red button to subliminally feed the sheeple still watching them.
Yeah.
Wow. The Devonian, thank you. Hi, guys. Reform voted here. Love the work from you guys. See you on the 27th. Absolutely. Really, really appreciate your support, guys. Thank you so much for joining us. Loads and loads and loads to talk about this evening, apart from a huge moth that has just been attracted to my my cameras. Or at least I think it's a moth. It might be a rat. Could be a Labour supporter.
It could be a bat. It's a vampire. It's a baby vampire.
Guys, I've got to tell you, I picked my oldest granddaughter up from school this afternoon. She's 12, right?
Yeah.
And picked her up from school one night, and she came out and said the teachers had given them a little rundown of the candidates today,
Right.
and what the general election was all about. And have a guess what? Have a guess what?
Could it be something to do with reform and far right by any chance, Paul? Would that be a wild stab in the dark? You know,
They told us a classroom of 12-year-olds. The only thing they said, Labour were for people of working class, the Tories were for people that have got their own businesses, which is a bit of a broad spectrum thing anyway, right? But when they got to reform, they told them reform were against immigrants.
It's not about that, is it? At all. It's
Now, why didn't they say that reform are looking to protect you kids from some of these illegal immigrants?
Yeah.
Let's get it right, Paul. They said that the Tories were for business. The Tories aren't for business. The Tories are for destroying business. If you're a small businessman, the Tories want to put you out of business. Let you get government by a corporate. I mean, I'm guessing we're all self-employed here, and like at the end of the day, the Tories have done more to destroy our businesses in the past 14 years than anybody else in history.
Exactly.
I'll tell you what, Craig actually does. I won't mention it, Craig, because you might not want to, but Craig actually does the most unusual job one of the most unusual jobs that I've ever come across.
You can't say that and not tell us now. Come on.
And he showed me how it works last week, and I was like, I was quite taken with it. But I'll tell you why I like having Craig around, because he's always got a smile on his boat, and it's infectious.
Yeah, quality.
Because you're such a miserable so aren't you, Paul? You're never smiling, mate. You know what I mean?
People saying that to me. People keep saying, Paul, you got to cheer up a bit. Actually, do you know what?
It's been funny. We always have a laugh when we come out.
Yeah, we do. When I'm away from this, I've got a terrible sense of humour, mate. And my wife's even worse. Guys, watching tonight, there's nearly 3,700 people now. The show's going to take a slightly different format tonight because it's going to be a long one. I've got things to go through, but we're going to have a bit of a fireside tonight. This is more of a family gathering, if you like. We're going to have people jumping in the stream. I'm going to be calling some of the guys from Reform later on to see how their day went live on the show. So just relax. You're not going to miss a great deal. If you need to go and grab yourself a cuppa, a drink, whatever you need to do, go and do it. And we'll still be here when you come back. How about that? Is that a deal? That's a deal, isn't it, boys?
I think we're happy with that.
Not only that, Richard, at my age, I have to keep nipping off to the bathroom every half hour.
Could be worse, Paul. You could have a colostomy bag.
It could be, yeah. It could be. Claire Bear, thank you so much. Paul, some silly cow had a go at me for telling people who to vote for. Unbeknown to her, they were 6 of my friends and had met for coffee. Safe to say, she had 7 Welsh girls telling her where to go. Good girl, Claire. I'll tell you what, you don't mess about with the Welsh. And you certainly don't mess about with the Welsh women, I'll tell you that. Talking of Welsh Dragon, thank you. Hi, guys. Hope in South Wales gives Reform a chance. Do you know what? This is one of the things that I absolutely love about this movement. The Scots, the Welsh, the people from Northern Ireland, the people from Ireland. We're closer. This union is closer and is stronger than it's ever been I feel from a personal viewpoint. I don't know how you feel, guys, but I feel that we're stronger than ever.
And it's growing.
And it's growing.
I think there's alliances have been made. I mean, Ireland, bringing up Ireland, there's people that I speak to in the Republic of Ireland that would have been sworn enemies of mine because of, the troubles of me being in the military and all the rest of it. And, we all agree on what's going on. We all agree on what has to be done. So all those old problems that we had where you literally would have killed each other, let's just get it right. They're gone. They're gone because, don't get me wrong, the elite still want to keep that going. They want to stoke those fires and keep people at each other's throats. But the grassroots level, loyalists, unionists, Protestants, Catholics, all coming together with common cause, saying again, we've got to understand what we're up against here. We're up against. There's a guy, he came up with an expression, it's the machine. We're up against this massive corporate government monster that hates individuals, hates individualism, and wants to control every area of our lives. And so everybody that loves liberty from whatever background should be standing with us. And that's what we, that's what we say this all the time, Craig. We say it's like it's what's in your heart that matters. It's the Union Jack in your heart, not the flag that you're flying off. It's whether you love the country, whether you love the people of this country. And it's the same in Ireland, it's the same in Northern Ireland. And do you know what, we've been talking about this a lot online and offline. We've got to build a community that looks out for each other, that loves each other, loves the country, shares the same values. And that's someone just put the blob in. That's another name for it, the blob. And it's the blob's trying to control all of us, and all of us. I just get up every morning. I just want to fight back against the blob. I want to do whatever I can. You know what I mean? Just
yeah. And I think to be fair, I've told this to Craig when we met the other week. I mean, me and Craig have only actually met twice in person, but I feel like I've known him for years. Yeah. And it's like we met for the first time. We had a good old chat on camera, off camera, and we owe a big debt of gratitude to people like Craig. I want to say this publicly because I feel that people like Craig are very super important to this movement. Super important. And it takes some bravery to step forward. And I think in doing that, everyone would join me in applauding him for doing that. But it also proves, because Craig's got to know me, he's got to know other people. Craig, have you spotted 1 ounce of any racism or any?
No, not a hint. No.
Not a hint, mate, is there? No. We're brothers, right? We are That's brothers.
Yeah. And it's the same thing as Richard was saying. Basically, it's all of us have the same idea. All of us know what we want. We all feel the same way. It bonds you. You become so strong through it. And hopefully, as I said, there's a lot more people sitting and waiting. They just need a little nudge to come forward.
Yeah. And we are together. We are the future.
Oh, and unbeatable.
We are the future.
Yeah. And I think what we've got to do, we've got to get. I mean, I'm starting a new channel, a new YouTube channel. We've got to try and get young people involved as well. So we've got to find a way of reaching out. Look, I'm an old git. I mean, at the end of the day, why is anyone why is anybody listening to me, let alone anybody under 30? You know what I mean? I sit there and go, all these people think I'm a really great guy. I'm really a bit of a twat, you know what I mean? But no, we've got to find a way of reaching out to our kids, our grandkids, and getting them involved in this movement. And because, listen, there are people out there that will try and radicalize our young people, either into the identity politics, into the far left, into the far right, into Islamism, whatever, because young people are passionate. And if they get passionate about wrong things, it's a massive, massive problem. It's something that we've dealt with it in the movement where, the real nasty far right, the scumbag, racist Nazis have tried to get hold of people, and they've been successful in some instances. They've taken people away from us, and we've fought this battle for as long as I've been doing this. Because if you know anything about what Tommy believes, what I believe, what our movement has believed since at least 2017, we have literally fought battles with the far, and I mean battles with the far right. We've been in confrontations with them, with and they're not big in number, but they're dangerous and they're nasty. And we've got to find a way of making sure we protect our young people from those scumbags.
Richard, can I partially tell some of the story that you told me earlier on? I'll make sure that I keep it very anonymous.
Keep it keep it extremely anonymous. So no, actually, maybe not.
Okay. No, we'll leave it. But what I will say,
I'll tell you why later. But
Richard works very hard. Richard works very, very hard to make sure that our movement, and I always say, if that's the right word, remains free of anyone from the genuine far right.
Yeah.
Because we don't want those people in this organisation. We only want good people, like I've said, with red, white and blue in their heart. I mean, I think that when they start going back to what my granddaughter said when she came out of school earlier on, when they start doing stuff like that in schools, I get so annoyed. I mean, I want to go in there tomorrow and say, you know, I'm not going to because I don't want to upset the granddaughter, but, you know, what the hell do they think they're doing? And more importantly, what gives them the right to think that they can, our kids go to school to be educated, not indoctrinated.
Exactly.
Yeah. Totally.
And it's so annoying. Let me just read a couple of these out. Rigovich, myself and my autistic daughter all voted reform. Well done. Wonder how many of us in Brighton and Hove, thanks guys, had no idea we even had a candidate. Well, you're not on your own, because we voted down there today, and so did a number of my family. Unfortunately, I have had 6 members of my family on the phone today from another area who were unable to vote for reform because there wasn't a candidate in their area. Painting Dreams Gallery has become a member. Thank you so much for that. Q Fragger, hey Paul.
Sorry.
Yes,
Paul,
mate.
sorry, can you boot me out for 5 minutes? I've got to phone a guy. It's about
sure.
Next week.
Yeah. Come back in whenever you're ready, mate. Hey, Paul, I'm from Dorking, but left over 20 years ago to live in Canada. Born in 72, Dorking was a great place to live. Not sure about now. I mean, look, when I was a kid, Dorking was a posh area. We used to get up to Box Hill every Sunday on the bikes as well. Welsh Dragon, thank you again. Thanks for all you do, Richard and Paul. So, Craig, what are you hoping for this evening? We need to see some MPs, don't we? That's what we need.
Yeah, we've got to have something of great interest. Yeah, today's been a busy day, so you know they've been all wrapped up in all sorts.
Absolutely. Ian Nicholson, a very good friend of mine and a moderator. Thank you, Ian. Appreciate it, mate. Labour knocked on my door. I told them I was voting Jehovah's Witnesses. And for those of you that don't know Ian, he has got one wicked sense of humour. He's a very naughty boy at times. A good old Geordie lad. Jesse West, Reform UK took my voting virginity from me today. Well done. I think there's going to be a lot of people in that situation today. D Agger, cheers lads, keep up the good work. Looks like a West Ham fan. Drop Dead Fred, have you noticed, Paul, people have got their mojo back about their country thanks to Nigel. Happy days for the future. They have indeed, and I really appreciate that super chat. They have. There's an air, Craig, I think there's an air of optimism around the country today that I haven't seen for a long time.
Long time.
A long time. It's almost like a football kind of feeling, like we've reached the final.
Yeah, that's what I try to suss out. What it's in the air. There's something there, but I can't compare it to anything. I was thinking about it today and thinking there's something. Something's different. You can feel something's different.
What I don't want to happen is I don't want the result when it comes through, and as they come through, I don't want the results to deflate anyone, because look, bar an absolute miracle upon miracles, we are not going to win this election.
No, the battle's just begun. The
battle has just begun. And what everyone should take from today, whether it's one candidate or 101, what everyone needs to take from today is that this is the start of a new beginning. And the atmosphere and the ambience that we've all got from today shouldn't be forgotten. We need to remember it. We need to nurture it. We need to build on it. And we will be going places. Christine, thank you so much. David Crosby, hi Paul, Richard and Craig. Tonight reform will shock the world and give the United Kingdom very sweet dreams tonight. Oh dear. I wished. Tigeroo, proof of Uniparty. Theresa May is now Labour. Wow, is that true? McJerry, thank you very much, a new member. And Jack Ellis, thank you. I'm a young voter. I voted for reform, and I know more people voting for reform who are Gen Z and millennials. The mainstream media talk about people who vote for reform as older is not true. Do you know what, Craig? I tell you what, Nigel seems to have really rung a bell with the younger generation, doesn't he?
That's what I noticed. I keep obviously watching you, and I'm watching other things on YouTube, the amount of interviews with the younger generation that I never knew they were actually interested on, paid any thought to what was going on. But there are lots and lots of younger people coming forward.
Well, look, for any younger people watching tonight, I would say this to you. Look, I think older people, whilst we might be boring to you, the one thing that you probably do understand is that genuinely we have your best interests at heart, and whatever we say to you is usually coming from the benefit of our experience. And younger people need to understand this. The Tories and the Labour Party will do absolutely nothing for you. Nothing. In fact, over the years, they've done less and less and less, and they've made your life harder and harder and harder. One of my daughters is self-employed. She's in her early 30s. She's got a good business. Her partner has a very good job. They're both fairly well paid, and they cannot get a mortgage.
Yeah, it's shocking.
They cannot get a mortgage. And I said to her yesterday, is there any luck? Have you found anywhere yet that's prepared to give you a mortgage? She said, Dad, we've even had trouble getting another bank account. They're making life for the youngsters intolerable in so many ways. The problem is, Craig, is that Gen Z and a lot of the millennials even, you know, they've grown up not really knowing what life used to be like. When you used to be able to walk into a bank and open up a bank account, and within 24 hours, you'd have a checkbook through your front letterbox.
That's it, yeah.
You know, you could go into a bank and you'd sit down with a bank manager and he would help you get a mortgage.
Not now.
You know, and
it started a long time, Paul, didn't it? They started slowly taking, if you run your mind back and think, they started taking and taking and taking. And it started with the mental health. They shut their mental health hospitals. We need that money. They took that. They started, then all the youth clubs, they all went. They've taken everything off the younger generation.
Yeah.
Now they're out there throughout London, stabbing each other, killing each other left, right and centre. They're like, well, what's going on? You've taken everything off of them and given them nothing. What do you think they're going to do? They've got to find something to do. That's the next thing.
We have another very special guest about to join us, a bit of a surprise guest. I'm pleased you'll, Craig, you may not now be the best looking guest on the show.
I can't have that.
Hello there, everybody.
We have Candid with Lubna on our special election special. Lubna, how you doing?
I am fantastic. I was actually listening to your conversation beforehand, and I was like getting overexcited. I was like, I better join now. I know you said 9:30.
No, it's absolutely fine. It's absolutely fine. I was watching your live actually earlier. I had one ear on your live, and I was trying to get ready and everything, but I wasn't sure if you was going to come on. But lovely to see you tonight. How are you?
I am good. Yes, excited. Happy to be part of this family that you mentioned.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, we are building big, we're building fast, and you know, I was just saying to Craig, you know something, Lubna, I feel happier now than I have done for such a long time. And I was initially when I first came out and decided to do this, I was really worried. I thought, am I going to end up being very badly misunderstood and Billy No Mates? And everyone calling me a vile racist and a fascist and all the other horrible names I like. But instead of that, it's actually been the complete opposite. I've made a lot of new wonderful friends. Many of them look a little bit different from me, which is absolutely fine. I've got no problem with that whatsoever. It's all part of the fun. But, you know, I shouldn't have been afraid. And I think that's the message to other people as well. Don't be afraid. Look at what we have here.
Yeah. I guess what happens is that, for example, in the media deliberately does try to tarnish and make, for example, what they've done with the reform, they've tried to make it look bad deliberately because they saw that it's increasing in popularity, especially after Nigel, you know, came. And they're like, okay, we weren't expecting that. So let's do something to trash the image. But as you can see, it hasn't actually worked. We're all here right now. You know, we're all supporting your channel's growing. You know, each time I go onto your channel, it's like, you know, so it's, you know, so this is a thing. So it doesn't work. I think credibility is really, really important. The fact is, one thing, you may disagree with some of Nigel Farage's, policies or whatever, but what you cannot disagree with is that man loves this country. That's the first thing no one can disagree with. He is as patriotic as it gets. And the second thing is that man does what he says he's going to do, Brexit. So he puts his money where his mouth is. So, so I feel as if he's the right man for the job. And I think what you mentioned about, since he's come on, there's a lot of, people actually believe that this can happen now. But before, obviously, you want it to happen, but you really, really need a leader. He is that leader, that we can actually believe in and follow. So I am really excited to see the results. As you said, of course, it's highly unlikely that Reform will win this one, but that's not the point. The point is this is a step before it wins, right?
Yeah.
You need to be part of the journey, and I think we're part of the journey from the beginning. So that is quite reassuring. Yeah,
I think that's very well put. I like that. I mean, and I think a lot of people, Craig and Lubna, I think a lot of people, we all like to belong to something, right? We all love to be a part of something, feel that we've got a family away from our family. I don't know about you guys, but I was saying to Richard last night that I get so many people writing to me and saying things like, Paul, do you know what? I was on the edge. I was on the brink. I'd had enough. I'd had enough of life. I've had enough of living in the UK. I've had enough of the bills, the debts, the problems. But this new family that we're building has turned their life around. And it has given them hope. It has shown them that they're not alone. And one thing that I particularly would like to ask you tonight, Lubna, what I'm very keen on doing is trying to bring out as many patriotic people from the Islamic community that also love this country and want to be a part of what we're building, one big happy family. But I think it's going to be a tough job. I mean, what's your advice on that, and how can we work that? How can that happen?
I think that the tough thing is, it's not that there aren't Muslims who love this country. It's the fact that there are some extremist Muslims who go after the Muslims who are peaceful. Like, we're the first people who get attacked, right? Because it's like you're seen as a traitor. So that's the issue. And the biggest issue is the government. Unfortunately, the police system, as you know, isn't supporting the peaceful people to speak up. It's more in the favor of the extremists in a way. And those extremists will take advantage of the system, which they have been doing. So we're in a tough situation where, we want to speak up, but we need the support to speak up. And unfortunately, the way things are going, because everyone is branded as the same, right? Because people don't even know in many cases that there are peaceful Muslims, there are Muslims who love the country, there are Muslims that condemn terrorism, then there is an image of all of them are like this. And obviously for peaceful moderate Muslims, to then break that image is just difficult, especially when there are so many other incidences. In the news, what's happened? Was it in Leeds? And all those kind of things don't help, right? So, but it is what it is. I think that support is necessary. It does take a lot of courage to come out, because even for example, when I talk about this and I'm patriotic, I'm asked who is paying you. People from Reform must be paying you, or someone from, I don't know, someone's paying you and that's why you're doing this. I'm like, no one's paying me. I'm just annoyed. I'm a British citizen. I love this country. I was born here. I have seen it change over several decades, and my children are born here. I'm not planning to go anywhere. Why would I want anything bad for this country? I want this country to do well. So it's ridiculous, I don't need someone to pay me to do this. You know what I mean? I'll actually pay someone. If I had lots of hundreds of thousands of pounds, like that businessman, is it Zia?
Yeah.
Pay Reform. I would have done something like that, but obviously I can't. I don't have the big bucks yet, so I haven't done that. But what I can do is come here, show my support, talk about it in whatever little way on my YouTube channel. I could do those kind of things to show my support, basically.
And I think, as I said to Craig earlier on, first of all, good evening, Danny. You all right, mate?
All right, mate. Sorry I'm late to the party. I had a bit of a long day.
That's all right, mate. Danny's recovering from a bit of an headache. I think he's. Have you been in trouble at home, Danny?
Mate. I've been at a water park all day. No, I've been at water park all day, and I come off a lilo and hit my head. So no. Anyway, no. Everything's good, mate. Everything's good.
Let me just read one or two of these out. Kevin
Evening,
Lark, thank you. Good evening, Danny. Coram, thank you very much. Sue Sterling, thanks, Paul, for all you do. I so relate to you, fellow South Londoner. La la la. Reform got my vote. Thank you. Adama, I'm 30 and switched over from Tory to Reform for this election. Sussex resident, absolutely excellent. Lubna, you know, as I said to Craig earlier on, it's so you guys deserve, I feel, I don't know how you feel about this, Danny and Richard, but I think people like Lubna and Craig deserve extra credit because I think they hold the key. I really do. I think, I'm not being patronising, I just think that they hold the key to the ultimate success of what we're trying to achieve here. And what I'm hoping that Lubna can do as we move forward is to bring people from the patriotic Muslim community into the movement so that they can understand that they're welcome, that we have no problems with them whatsoever. It's not about anything else apart from what's in their heart. And I believe there are hundreds and thousands of those people that would love to be a part of this. And I'm also very keen, this is a little bit out of my comfort zone, probably more for Lubna, but I'm also very keen ultimately in helping the women as well, because I feel that some of the women maybe are not living the lifestyles that they'd like to live. And I'd like to see them understand that we support them. We do genuinely support them.
I mean, I had a few years ago, I had meetings with, there was a friend of mine, he lived in Belfast, and him and his wife were basically helping, he was a Muslim, and him and his wife were helping Muslim women that had been in abusive relationships. And again, I mean, you can get that in any background, any religion, but there was what he was dealing with was off the chart sort of intimidation of these women and bullying, and it was, you know, it was a real eye opener for me, and talking to those women, because obviously we'd done all the stuff with the grooming gangs as well, and talking to the survivors of the grooming gangs, and just talking to those women, because obviously from once we'd been doing the grooming gangs, we were like, well, this is terrible what's happening. But then there was a lot going on in the community, in some of the communities, that was massively problematic. And again, they had nowhere to go. They had no one that was listening to them and no one that was sympathizing with them. So I think you're absolutely right in that, Paul. There needs to be, you know, there needs to be a women's rights movement for Muslim women, I think.
Do you recognise that, Lubna, or do you recognise that?
There are lots of issues, but I would say the biggest issue is of perception. So, for example, I know that you said that Craig and I are obviously, you're happy we're here, and we are, but I would say it takes more people like you as well to reassure us, because, you know, because there are sometimes, I would say, bad characters, or the image that the media gives. And a lot of Muslims, for example, or people from Pakistan background still have that image because of what media is giving. So we need more people like you as well, because, you know, all the interactions I've had with you, I know that you're, you know, for example, not a racist, but had I not met you, I wouldn't have automatically even known that, because all I would get to see is the media image, because that's all I'm exposed to. So I think that's why I would say you're key as well, right? Because before coming on here, what I heard you say is, we don't associate ourselves with right wing. This is about being British. Anyone can be British. It's not about the skin color. It's not about this and that. And I appreciate there is a difference between being ethnically English, you know, and I'm not claiming to be English. My family, my children can have children, and, you know, we're never going to be English. And we know that. I think sometimes I feel native English people get annoyed slightly, because they're like, you know, yeah, you're saying you're British, but we're English. I'm like, well, I want to reassure the English is, I know that I'm not English and I never can be English, but I support the English because I appreciate it's your country. Your ancestors have been here for decades, well, not decades, centuries and centuries, right? And that will never be the same for me, no, how long I stay in this country and if I have children. So I appreciate that. So, but I love this country. I am only loyal to this country. I love this country very much. I was born here. My whole family's here. My children are here. You know, I would never, ever want this country to go down the drain. And unfortunately, what Conservative Party and Labour has done over decades, they have not listened to the will of the people. And I see them not listening to the will of the people, even when whoever wins the party. And that is the issue I have. I have an issue that can I say they're taking the piss? Can I say that on the channel? They're really taking the piss, right?
We've said a lot worse. We've said a lot worse, but don't worry about that.
They've been taking the piss, and I think that they need to be almost taught a lesson. But I think what they have taken advantage of is dividing people up in communities, and I feel like they're doing it deliberately. So a lot of times I feel like there's not even an issue sometimes within communities, and there's a good understanding. Like you will talk about how there's people of different races and faiths who have been good to you. But when you look at the news, when you look at what the politicians, are doing, then it's like, it's very divisive. So I would say there's more people we need to bring the country together, because I do feel like we've got more in common. And the biggest thing you've got in common, sorry, I'm talking too much, is the being patriotic towards this country, like loving this country.
Lubna, can I just say, actually, I think you're a lot more English than you realise.
I was going to say that myself. I mean, to me, what qualifies you for anybody for being English is basically being born in the country. If you're born in England, you're English. It's as simple as that. There's no ifs or ands or buts. That's what it says in your, well, not on your passport, because you don't get an English passport. But if somebody, I mean, I think when I was in the army, there's a lot of lads I served in the army were from, probably Caribbean backgrounds back in the day. But they were born in English, and they were just as willing to die for the Union Jack and die for the Queen and die for the nation as I was. And they stood next to me on the streets of Northern Ireland. And in fact, it was like one of my best mates was a Somali lad he was a Muslim. I didn't even realize he was a Muslim, because he went out on the beer with us, he partied, he was like, he just wasn't. It wasn't like he was observing all the rules. You know what I mean? He was just one of the lads, and one of the best soldiers actually in the unit. So it's not about where you were born or what faith you were born into. It's about what you're doing now and the way you're living now and what you believe now. I think a lot of it's about what you believe. That's the key. If you believe Britain is the greatest country.
Can I just say, I think the one that looks most foreign tonight on the panel is Danny. He's looking very red tonight.
Right, I got there at 10 o'clock in the morning. It's been a blisteringly hot day, and I burned. I didn't put the cream on because Sophie's going to me, right, out of the door, we're late. So I'm out the door, I'm laying there, I'm on the Lilos and the bloody lazy river thing. And then I realised, like a couple of minutes into it, I'm going to be on this thing for about half an hour, and I had no sun cream on.
It's handy, because if it gets a bit chilly, I can just put my hands up to the screen and warm my hands.
I will just do this. I'll grace you all with my warmth, with my spam.
You look like a well-cooked gammon tonight.
I know, mate. I know. Listen, you need to change your camera again. You're white again. You need to change that. Get you a little bit of a tan back.
I know.
Yeah. I need to change the colour.
Let me see if I can do this here.
Put the yellow one.
There we go. That's it.
Now you're blue.
That's even blue. I look like a Smurf now.
Let me just say, I've just had a message that says the exit polls are looking, as if we didn't know, the exit polls are looking absolutely disastrous for the Tories. Well, I mean, look, the Titanic's sunk, right? But I mean, what do we expect?
Just quickly, right? So today I got about 10 minutes while Carter was eating something to eat, and I just scrolled down my phone, and the amount of people that have had no communication with me whatsoever do not watch this channel, as far as I know. Maybe they do, I don't know. But have all clicked on there, voted reform, let's fingers crossed, everything. I cannot believe my Facebook is full of I voted reform and pictures of people ticking the box or Xing the box. So many people that I didn't even know, had nothing to do with me trying to talk them into it, etc. Yeah. So there's a lot more people voting reform than what we're aware of, in my opinion.
Craig, Lubna, Danny, Richard, we have 5,000 people watching live. Absolutely wonderful to have you all in. Let me read a couple of these out. The thing about reform, this is from McJerry, community, is it's not all about religion and race like the mainstream go on about. It's about bringing common sense back, and it's about bringing it back together. Robert Ashwagandha, thank you very much. And S is a new member. Lockie Sanity, gay guy here. I'm totally against trans ideology. Thank you very much for that. Kate, I had a Labour candidate knock on my door last week to say she had a Labour poster I had ordered. I hadn't ordered one. I said, you can take that poster with you. I'm voting reform. Nice one, Kate. What was I just going to mention then? It came into my mind. This keeps happening. I might have to go and see the doctor, mate. I keep forgetting what I'm going to say.
You've not been too well today, have you, Paul? You don't feel too great.
I've not been feeling myself, to be honest with you, but there you go. Oh, that was what it was. Yeah, I did write it down actually earlier on. Loads of reports again today coming in of dirty tricks. Did you see the one I posted earlier on where the reform van had been? They tried to set a light to it. I mean, wow, that's that is. I mean, that's just beyond the pale, right, Craig? I mean, can you imagine people going out there actually trying to set fire to reform candidates' vans that are advertising reform? I mean,
it just that shows you how scared they are. That's how scared they are. They know what's happening. It's all coming together.
Absolutely.
Can I just ask one thing? When we say they, who are they? Are they just normal people, or do we think someone's actually doing this? Like, is it corruption, basically?
It's corruption. It's the far left. It's
left-wing activists.
It's left-wing activists. Yeah, it's people who. I mean, look, this is the difference. I see that this is the difference for me. I can't speak for anyone else. If Labour win the election tonight, I will accept it as the democratic decision. I will be disappointed. I will be gutted. But I'm not going to go out there and start beating them up or setting fire to their vans or becoming violent or becoming aggressive or start posting lies on their Facebook posts. If the result goes the other way, all hell is going to break loose.
Yeah.
And that is the difference for me. That's just my own take on one side.
Paul, you don't need to spread lies. You don't need to badmouth. Don't need to. Labour will just destroy itself. I don't think they will serve a complete term. I think the country will be in such a mess. We can say this now. I mean, they've only got 10 minutes to the polling station shut, right?
Yeah.
It's going to be such a mess. I don't see them completing a full term. I think there'll be interaction from another party or something will have to happen, because every single time they've ever got in power, they've taken on a very strong economy because they've inherited it from the Tories mainly, and the Tories of old are not like the Tories of new. They inherited a fairly strong economy, a fairly stable economy. You know, whatever way you like it, love them or loathe them. But now they've inherited one of the worst economies. We've got nothing in the UK. It's on the floor. It's broken, and that's the end of it, really. So how long is it going to be before they break it even more? Because they will, they really will. They can't help it. They will, with their left patheticness. They will do that. But it's just a matter of how long that will be, and I can't see them lasting 4 or 5 years. I can't see it.
I think you're right. I think Danny's right.
Yeah, Craig, in your circles at work, what are the guys? Do you talk much about politics? Have you discussed with people who they're voting for, or do they tend to keep it a little bit quiet?
It's obviously with a few staff I speak to, and they know what's what. But basically, no one trusts nobody. So they're like, "Oh yeah, I'm voting reform." They'll speak, but they won't speak out in the open amongst themselves. They'll come and whisper and have little sideline chats. That's the way it is.
Mm. What about you, Lubna, and your circle of friends? How's it been?
Don't really discuss politics,
No.
to be honest. I mean, they're more liberal Democrat. They don't want to do Labour or Conservative Party, you know. So I would say a lot of them haven't considered reform, because some of them have said, oh, it seems a bit divisive, and you know, it's all about immigration policy, and there are other issues in the country as well. I'm like, yeah, but you know, a lot of it's media perception as well, which we've seen the sabotage that the media's tried to do. I think that was my point about the media perception, you know. So of course, with myself, I've been exposed to you guys, right? And I'm someone who I generally try to go out of my way to listen to other people's opinions and the other side, because, you know, and I encourage, even on my channel, critical reasoning and all that kind of stuff, diversity in thought. But there are not that many people who in their daily life who just want to do their thing from morning to night. that are going to go out of the way and like research stuff and do stuff. I think so. That's where I know there are other opinions and there's people like you guys, but similar people in terms of my faith and ethnicity, they wouldn't even consider it, for example, because of all the media bias and stuff like that. So that's a challenge.
I don't want to put you on the spot because I know we're live, but you don't have to answer this, but do you plan on coming down to London for the 27th?
I don't plan to, but I will be there in spirit, not in body.
If you change your mind, we will make sure that you're a very welcome guest, and you probably get a bit of 5-star treatment as well. So I'm hoping that we might be able to convince you in the future, but I won't push that one because you might have something else going on. Stewie, thank you very much. Well, I tried to vote today. I'm a born and bred Brit, but somehow registered as a Polish citizen.
What's that about?
Oh dear, absolute rollicks. Come on, Ruthful. Oh, well, at least we can have a laugh. Sorry, mate. Si says we're only making plans for Nigel. Who's sung that?
XTC, we're only making plans for Nigel. Yeah. It's going to be work for British Steel, but British Steel doesn't exist anymore, unfortunately. But there you go.
I drank a pint with Nigel. Is a legend. Reform. Thank you very much, Robert Ashwaganda. Christine, thank you so much for that. Sharon, thank you so much for the super sticker. Memo Vox, good luck, reformers. Cheers from Denmark. They're going through it a little bit out there, aren't they, as well?
Yeah, I mean, I think the whole of Europe's in flux at the minute for sure. It's like, it's in convulsions, isn't it? And it's it's difficult to see how it's all gonna end up. I mean, France is going through it. Germany's got a lot of stuff going on. It's a very, very interesting time to be alive. That's for sure. And I think I was saying, I think this is the most exciting election we've had because of reform. Because basically, there's never been an alternative like this before.
In memory,
yeah. And I wish it had been there'd been a bit more planning gone into it. Because I think if there'd been a bit more planning gone into it, there could have been an absolute rout, and reform could have done something. I mean, I think they're going to do absolutely amazingly well, but I think there could have been an absolute miracle if there'd just been a bit more time and time to prepare. But I think Rishi knew what he was doing when he called the snap election. He was trying to catch everybody on the hop. Unfortunately, he caught himself on the hop as well. So. The Wally without the brolly. Do you remember the called what do they call him?
Steve McLaren. Yeah.
Steve McLaren, the Wally with the brolly.
Yeah.
Rishi was the Wally without the brolly.
Yeah. I don't want to be a killjoy, but someone said earlier on TV, I don't know if this makes sense, but they're saying there's a distinct possibility. Get your heads around this, guys. There's a distinct possibility that reform could get 6 to 8 million votes, which will be more votes potentially than the Tories get. But the Tories could end up with 200 plus seats, and reform could end up with 6.
Yeah, there is a bit of sense to that, isn't there? Because if reforms spread very, very sparsely over the entire country, they're not going to get enough seats enough votes in one area to get a seat. So I don't know how they can work out 200 against 6, though. To be fair, that don't really work, does it?
Yeah.
Well,
I'm just having a quick look on the Telegraph, if you want to call it that. It looks like they've got reform. I mean, this is very, very. This is the latest.
I don't believe any of them.
Nah, do you know what? I'm not even going to read it out because I don't believe it. To be fair.
Go on, read it out, Danny. Go on. What's it saying?
Well, what it's saying here, election live. It's saying 15.6% to reform, and 21.2% to Conservative, 40.7% to Labour. But I don't necessarily believe that, to be fair.
Well, look, all will be revealed. I've got a message here from another member of the family, guys. I think you're going to enjoy this one.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, you know what time it is, guys. So, guys, it's about time to go vote. All right, I've got myself my black pen. I'm ready for this. Okay, let's go do it. we all agree that we need a change, yeah? We need a reformation. So guys, you better go vote. If you want to change, guys, it's time to get the change. In my time, guys, I voted Labour, give Labour a chance. Voted the Conservatives, give them a chance. I even voted Green Party, to give them a chance. But this time, guys, we need a change. We all agree. We need a reformation. So I'm going to go in to cast my vote. I saw a few black brothers saying, yo, we are going to go vote reform. We are going to go vote reform. Someone said, oh, he was called a coon. In fact, look, I've been called a coconut already. So the coons and the coconuts are going to go vote. All right. They said I'm a coconut because, oh, bro, you're trying to be British. I'm like, yo, didn't you get the memo? You didn't get the memo, bro. I'm trying. Bro, look, trying. I'm not trying. No more trying, bro. It's done. All right. Anyway, guys, so make sure you go vote. Whoever you vote for, make sure you're voting for the right party. All right. Make sure you're making the very right choice. I'm making the right choice. All right. I mean, let's give Labour a chance. All right. I've checked out the manifesto. That's Labour. Let's give reform a chance. I've checked out the manifesto, and I think they've got, you know, some really promising points. So yeah, let's do this. Let's do this. All right. I'm gonna let you guys know how it goes. All right. Peace out, guys. Love.
You got to love Shay. Yeah.
Is he coming on later, Shay?
I'm hoping he's going to come on later in person. You got to love Shay. He's a top lad. He makes me smile as well. Funny guy. Right at 10 o'clock, when the polls, when the voting actually ends, I've got a little video to play. I think you've already seen it earlier, Richard. Did you see it earlier?
Which one was that, mate?
I sent you a video earlier. I don't know if you saw it about. Well, you'll see it at 10 o'clock. It's coming up to 10 o'clock. We'll see it at 10. But guys, I'm not sure that I believe any of these polls. The only polls that I'm going to believe are the results in the morning.
Yeah,
exactly. And I hate to say this. Do you know what? I've been exposed and I've become aware of so much corruption in this country, so many lies. And I don't think that ever in my lifetime has the media revealed themselves for what they truly are.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that because I voted reform and because I want reform to do well. If this had been the other way round, I would be saying exactly the same thing, because I like to believe that I'm a fair person. But I mean, Lubna, have you ever experienced blatant media bias like we've been seeing over the last few weeks?
I would say that it's become more noticeable, and they're not even trying to hide it now, to be honest, right? Before they were trying to hide it and all that kind of stuff. They're showing their card. Now, if we're still not going to believe them when they're showing their true colors, then we're literally fools. And I would say you're right about watching the results in the morning. But the thing with the results is it's all about psychology of people. Because if you're going to make people believe that reform doesn't have a chance, reform will not have a chance to win this election. Actually, they probably would have actually won, right? But when you're making people believe, do you know what? There's no point of we're voting for reform now. Oh, if you want to vote for them next time. Right now, it's only between Tory party, it's between the Conservatives and Labour. So then there's some people who would have voted for reform. They're like, actually, there's no point. I want my vote to count. So let's just vote for whatever. And I think there's so many people, actually, a few people that I've spoken to, and they're like, oh, yeah, we would have voted for reform, but because the polls are showing X, Y, Z, I'm like, screw the polls. All of that's made up anyway. It's all media. They're trying to play with our psychology. They are trying to preempt what we're going to do. Because the fact is, this, right? If they would have said the opposite, oh, reform have a really good chance, if they would say the truth that people are really pissed off in this country, everyone would be more like, okay, yeah, let's go behind this. But because they've been trying to brand it as if, oh, reform just doesn't have a chance this time, it's kind of becoming a self-fulfilling prophecy, but people don't realize that. So psychology.
I'll throw this one open to all of you guys. Is it possible the biggest winners from this election, the biggest winners from the mess that the Tories and Labour appear to be in, could it possibly be that the biggest winners could be the Lib Dems?
Yeah. They could do very well. They could do very well, especially in the sort of, the soft conservative marginal seats, the wet conservative seats, because there's no difference between a Liberal Democrat and Rishi Sunak. Let's just get it right that they're more or less on exactly the same page. So I think they could do well there. And again, the Labour's still toxic because of Corbyn and what happened with him. So there's definitely possibilities for the Lib Dems.
But there's people that won't vote for Labour anyway, and they would have normally voted for Conservatives, but now won't vote Conservative because of the cock up they've made of the country in the last few years. As Richard just said, they could get the Lib Dem vote rather than Reform, because Reform being a bit of a new party, a bit late to the party, to be fair.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of people out there that maybe, I don't know what you think, guys, but there's a lot of people out there that might be, well, I'm not voting Labour, I'm not voting. I'll just go down the middle.
I know Lib Dems. I'll tick that box.
Yeah, it could be.
I'm just looking here on the Daily Mail, which obviously is a rag that's normally completely full of lies. But what they're saying here is just hours left to cast your votes. Obviously, it was some time ago. It says Labour's majority dropping slightly to 270, Conservatives edging up to 68 MPs, and Reform seizing 15 seats. So I don't know. Again, we'll not know until a lot later on. But it's interesting, isn't it? So even 15 seats is a massive breakthrough.
Oh, it'll be huge. Anything for me, anything going into the double figures will be a win.
I think so. Yeah.
Anything.
To get over 10. Yeah. They were expecting 3 when they first started the campaign. In fact, they were expecting maybe 1 if Nigel stood in Clapton. That was all they were expecting. So they're up to 15. If that whatever data they're working on, if that's correct,
I think we might still be pleasantly surprised. What I saw on my Facebook earlier, didn't see anyone say I voted Labour. Didn't see anyone.
I'm just wonder with Facebook and social media how much the algorithm is influenced by what you look at.
But I've only got my friends on my Facebook. I'm not looking at Dave Smith from Manchester. Do you know what I mean? I'm looking at my friends, and they're virtually all clicking the Reform button. So I don't know. And if that's just my little lot, I mean, look at you, look at yours, look at Richard's, look at everyone on the panel. Do you know what I mean?
Can I ask, do you think the majority of the British population is annoyed enough? Because obviously we're having a conversation, we're like-minded people, right? So we're talking and we're like, yeah, we've all voted Reform. But is that the true perception? I mean, that's what I think, right? Because then if they're so annoyed, why do they keep voting for Labour? Like, what is going on? I just don't understand.
Lubna, I don't understand it. I said yesterday, I said, if you go and vote Labour, I'm going to say you need to go and see a psychiatrist. It's simple as that. If you vote Labour, go on the morning after the election, go and visit your local psychiatrist. Check yourself in to a psych
I really
ward.
can't see why anyone would vote Labour. I just can't.
It blows my mind.
Yeah, exactly. Like, are they looking at a different page to us?
I think, to be honest,
living a different life. I don't.
Danny, I think, to be honest with you, I don't know what you think, Craig, but I think that a lot of it is just, and I don't like to use the word uneducation, because I don't mean they're not educated. I mean they're just not politically switched on. My parents voted for him. I'm going to vote for him. Yeah.
No opinion yourself.
But
I'm
things
a
are changing.
hard-working person.
I mean, one of the results that I'm really looking forward to is Barnsley. Because Barnsley is as Labour as you will ever get in your life. And if Reform do well in Barnsley, then you know that people are waking up. I mean, a result in Barnsley will be massive. Let me read 1 or 2 of these wonderful super chats. Thank you very much, Danny. Hi, Paul. Craig, reasoned YouTube channel earlier said that Reform are taking massive votes of male younger voters. They are starting to wake up, guys. I hope that is true. I did see that. Trotters Independent, big respect, Paul. Glad to see the country starting to wake up, Reform and proud. Hellbound, thank you. Loving the positivity. Vote Reform and convinced a Labour voting friend to vote Reform after debunking the smear jobs. Good work. Keep up the great work. Hellbound again. Thank you. Where are we? Oh, no, I did read that one. Rob is a new member. DeWalt XRP. You did notice it was a biro pen today. Absolutely. Andrew, Reform candidate, was one of them that got suspended in my constituency, but still on the ballot paper. I still voted
Andrew,
reform.
what constituency was that?
Yeah, where
What
was
area?
that? Stephen, we need to keep carrying on fighting. This is our country and we want peace back in our country. Absolutely. Danny and Hazel are new members. Dean, thank you. Britain's coming home. Graham Hatton is a new member, as is Miss Essex. And I can't read that one. Le Grep, fighting the good fight in Ireland. Juliet, a super sticker. Thank you. Tony Allen, thank you very much. Well, I've got a video to play,
Can
guys.
I just before that?
Yeah.
Can I just dive in with what the BBC and the Daily Mail are both saying? So they're saying Labour on 410. This is the prediction from the exit polls. Labour on 410, Conservative on 131, Lib Dems on 61, Reform on 13, SNP on 10, and others 25. So that's what they're saying. But I mean, remember they got it wrong on Brexit when we first saw the information coming in from that.
Sky or BBC?
That was BBC and Daily Mail both giving.
Tear that one up, mate. Tear that one up.
Yeah, I know. BBC and Daily Mail, but that's coming from the exit polls, Ipsos exit polls for BBC, ITV, and Sky News. So that's the narrative. That's the mainstream narrative.
Yeah, can you delete that last little comment off of Richard, because obviously that's not going to be the case if it's the BBC, is it? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
it's going to be.
So, guys, the election is now over. It's 6 minutes past 10, and there are one or two things on my mind that I didn't want to discuss before we went to vote. I'm going to play a little video now. It's only a couple of minutes or less long, but these are my thoughts as we come to the end of the day's action, at least as far as voting is concerned. This is actually very important for me. Afternoon all. So I'm just off to cast my vote. I'm looking forward to it. But before I do, I've got a quick message for those guys over at Reform UK. You see, like millions of patriots across the nation today, we are about to lend our votes to you and your party. And I believe they are being offered in goodwill and the genuine belief, at least the hope, that once this election is out of the way, we can and we will put our minor differences behind us for the sake of our beloved nation. And from the moment Nigel Farage announced his leadership and his last-minute campaign, our movement has had your backs, and we have loyally and actively campaigned for you. Today, the 4th of July, is your day, and we are here for you, casting our votes in our millions. The 27th of July is our day, the ordinary people's day, and we hope, if I'm honest, I've got to tell you, we are expecting you to be there for us by return and to show your support and to send out the message that we are at last united for the sake of our country's future. I believe, if I'm honest, that without us, you actually have very little, and without you, we'll continue to struggle. But together we can be mighty, and only together can we take our country back. Please understand this, that this is our moment. It must be our time, and this is our biggest and our best opportunity ever. Let's not waste it. We've done our part and we've played our role. Now it's over to you. I guess we'll find out on the 27th of July. So there you go. I'll explain that a little bit further for anyone that doesn't understand necessarily what I mean by that. Is that, look, I believe that many of us have lent Reform our vote in the hope that they will return our support. And I personally will feel very let down if they don't. Richard, you got anything to say on that one? Because I know that you've been in the background working with me on this a little bit, haven't you?
Yeah, I mean, I think the Reform. I've got to be careful what I say, because what I don't want to do is come across as very negative. And I'm not being negative, but I'm skeptical because of what I've seen in the past from Nigel, and that's my biggest issue. Is he doing enough to convince me that he is genuinely a man of the people, or it's not really just the Nigel Farage show? And I think there's a few things here. I think Nigel can't do this on his own. He can't even do it with a small team around him. He can't do it with Richard and a couple of others. He needs a mass movement to help him. But he also needs to realize that that mass movement is not his movement. It's not reform. It's a mass movement of British patriotic people of all backgrounds that love the country, that know there's desperately wrong things going on, and want to stand up and fight to put it right. When I say fight, I'm talking about politically and socially. So he's got to understand that he doesn't control everything. He is the man that's been thrust into this because he saw the opportunity, took the opportunity. Great, absolutely, timing was perfect. He saw what happened on the 1st of June, and I believe that's when he jumped on board and says, I'm gonna throw my hat in the ring here. We want this movement to continue to grow. We want it to be very, very broad, but very deep as well. Because you can have something that's 100 miles wide and an inch thick. It won't stand the test of time. So we've got to build on all the things that we talked about, the British culture, British history, everything that makes us great, everything that we share in common and believe in common. That's what's got to be reinforced. And let's be honest, both the Conservative Party, the Lib Dems, the Greens, the SNP, they are trying to destroy family values. They're trying to destroy Christian values. They're trying to destroy our heritage, our history, make us feel ashamed of who we are. And that doesn't do anyone any good. And the identity politics, which Lubna, you alluded to, where they're trying to split us all into these little groups and pit us against each other. We've got ways of fighting back. I've fought back against the extremists on the far right for the past 7 years, and it's put me in danger sometimes doing it. Not a lot of danger, but mild amounts of danger. And at the same time, I know there's people in the Muslim community fighting back against the extremes in the Muslim community. And it is dangerous work. It's dangerous to stand up and say, do you know what? You're wrong, and you don't represent me. I'm going to actually nail my colours to the mast and say, this is what's important to me. And it's the same with the far left as well. So what we've got to try and do, I'm not sure it was Lubna or Paul was saying earlier, how many people actually believe what, I think it was you, Lubna, how many people actually believe what we believe? Well, we know, because Matt Goodwin's done the polling, 78% of British people of all backgrounds believe immigration is too high. That's one thing we can all absolutely agree on, and we have in common. And I think there's similar numbers want a moratorium on immigration for 5 years or whatever. So that's something that we know that every single British person agrees on. I'm sure if they did the polling on gender and the transgender issues, that you would have massive amounts of people saying, no, this has got out of control, mutilating children, radicalizing children, making children confused about their sexuality and about who they are is just wrong. We're going to get that on steroids with the Labour Party. I'm sure if people would drill down on freedom of speech, how many people believe in freedom of speech and freedom of religion? You should be able to practice freedom of speech, practice your religion in peace without anyone interfering with you. I'm sure the vast majority of Brits would agree on all those things. So these are principles, and that's what the pledge is about, Paul. These are principles that need to be enshrined in our movement, and everybody needs to get involved in. And again, like in the pledge, we are actively against racism. We are actively against anti-Semitism, and we make sure that all of those things are nailed down and agreed on. Then we can build a movement that is 100 miles wide and 100 miles deep. And that's what we need. It needs to be very deep. And we need to start educating our children. We need to start teaching them where we came from, what we're about, and the great things that this country has done, abolishing slavery. I mean, it was the Brits that spent blood and treasure abolishing slavery, because one man, William Wilberforce, stood up and gave his life to that fight, and on his deathbed, the bill was signed into law that basically freed slaves around the whole of the empire. So all that sort of stuff is massively important. Reform is a political party, and political parties come and go. What we've got to do is build something so deep, with such deep roots, that is absolutely not based on an ethnicity or even religion, but is based on those values that we've got to agree on. And if we do that, then we've got a chance saving the country. Because the other option is these identity groups will get more and more radicalized, more and more polarized, and you'll end up with a balkanized state that's going to tear each other apart.
That's the real worrying part, I feel.
Absolutely. And that's why I will not countenance the far left, the far right, or the Islamists. I will not countenance them. They've got to be opposed at all costs. And that is the centre ground. But the Labour Party and the Conservative Party do not represent the centre ground. They pander to the identitarians, to the people that want to divide us and want to create division in our country, and they can't be allowed to get away with it.
Can I just say one thing, if I may? So I think multiculturalism obviously has its pros and cons, but then it's like, jack of all trades, master of none. You're trying to be too many things, and you just need that one identity. And I would say what my concerns about the immigration is the quality of people coming here, their intent, and what they're contributing. Of course, there are lots of good migrants as well, skilled people and all that kind of stuff coming here as well. And we do need that. But my biggest concern is looking at how this country's done over the last decades. There seems to be no control whatsoever. We need to have the dial to put immigration up or down as we wish. But right now, there is no control. It's just like whoever wants to come in, it's a free for all. Come and go as you wish. There are no rules. We don't know who you are.
With no checks.
You could be a rapist. You could be a pedophile. You could be, and that's actually the real reason why you're running from the country you're coming from. But you're going to say that you were a Christian, you've converted to Christianity and you're getting oppressed, and we're going to start giving you the right to live here. So this kind of stuff is what is concerning for me. And also there is no plan for when these people are here, how do you integrate them? And you're right, there seems to be a shame about being the legacy of this country, and all the good stuff. Like, I'm going to be honest, I didn't learn anything at school here at all. Like all the stuff you're talking about, this is stuff that I as an adult have had to go out and find out about UK, the country that I was born in. Like I'm having the Magna Carta and all that kind of stuff. Like even I would say more recently, I'm finding out about these things, and I'm in my 4th decade living in this country. So there is something clearly wrong here. And have we not sorted these issues out? We're still not doing anything about them. I have getting more people coming into this country, and the immigrants coming into this country are coming into this country where they are in a community where there are hardly any native white British people. So they're like, oh, we don't need to integrate because actually everything is, translated for us. Or,
that's a really good point. That's a really good point.
Yeah. Things are translated for us, even our MP speaks our language or whatever so it's like, just like what is the school is faith schools, teaching, of whatever religion, so it's like, when do you actually get to understand what Britain is about? And then the thing is, a lot of native British people, they grow up hearing different stories to those ethnic minorities coming, especially from the Commonwealth countries. We've learned and heard different stories about Britain. You guys have heard about World War I, World War II, Churchill, and all the good stuff he's done. We've heard the opposite. Oh, he was a racist, and the Commonwealth and India, Pakistan divided, and all these people died. So we need. It's been a couple of decades now with immigrants here. We need to sort this out, right? We need to stop this. And can Labour really do this? Are Labour really going to bring us together? I don't know.
Not. They're gonna, I mean, what they're going to do, they're going to be authoritarian, because the only way they'll be able to control people is by silencing them. And so we've got some. I think we've got some very dark days ahead, and it's we'll see how it all pans out, but I'm not optimistic about 5 years.
Let's just welcome the patriotic Christian PC. How you doing, brother?
Hello there. How are you? You okay?
You're right, mate. I see you got the old TV going on in the background there.
Yeah, I haven't got the flag on there tonight.
How you doing? You
How
had
are
a
you,
busy
mate?
day?
You okay?
Yeah, I'm good. Yeah, I've had it's been busy today, and sorry I'm late. You know what kids are like.
No, mate, you're fine. You're fine. Absolutely fine, mate. No, it's good to see you on. Thank you very much for popping on. Let me just get through one or two super chats. Thank you, Blue Lady, a super sticker. Thank you, Mark's Adventures, Nigel Farage, PM. Get used to it. It's just time. Where are we? Toodly Pip, I'm the only one in the house registered with Reform UK and the only one in the house to get a campaign letter from Tory slagging me off for voting Reform. How bad is that? Yeah, it is indeed very bad. Kelly, I convinced my office of 10 to vote Reform. The one Muslim guy told me he's voting for the Green Party. Fair enough. Regan, thank you so much for that. I really appreciate it. Ted Shilito, thanks to you and your friends, Paul, for pushing the reform message. I mean, look, we've been delighted. I think we've all been delighted to do that. My point in that video is that I'm going to be honest, Richard, I'm going to say it out loud. I think we expect something in return. I think we expect, and I think we want a bit of loyalty to be returned to us. And I think reform need to understand, because we're not reform. Our movement, Craig, right? We're not reform. We're reform voters.
Yeah.
But we are not the Reform Party.
Yeah, and that's something Nigel's got to understand, that this isn't his movement. It's not anybody's movement. It's the people's movement, and this is why, you know, again, without going into a lot of detail, we'll be meeting with some very prominent people in the next few days, and we'll be thrashing out these principles that we're talking about. I'm not going to say any more about that, but the reality is our movement is about ideology and about what we believe as Brits. And again, like I say, that, you know, this is when I keep going back to that, Lubna. If you were born in England, you're as English as anybody else. You know, you've got, you know, that's, if you know, to me, that's what qualifies you as an English man or woman, is the fact that you're born in England.
Can I say one thing on this? I respect the native English white people, and enough to say it's okay for me that, let's call a spade a spade. I'm not ethnically a white person, and that's absolutely fine, because I do feel there are native white English people who do get annoyed because they feel as if that their identity of being an ethnic white person is being taken away, because there are, you know, and what I want to tell you guys is, I reassure you, I know what ethnicity I am, you know, and that's okay. Like, I don't need to pretend that I'm now ethnically a white person, you know.
Doesn't matter though, does it? I've been
here 4 decades. Yeah. I'm British, but yeah, there are ethnically white people, and it's fine. And I have a massive soft spot. This may sound really stupid. I'm going to say it as it is, for white people, because all the people everything I have in my life is because of this country. All the people that have supported me and where I am today is because of my white teachers, my white managers, you know, they are all native. I'm never, ever, ever going to forget them. You know, yes, of course, I've had racist incidences and all that in the first 20 years of my life, you know, but I know that there are more good people, and the goodness of the good people outweighs any kind of racism I've experienced. And the other thing I'd like to say is, there are racists in every single race. This whole nonsense about white people are racist is absolute bullshit. Look at the Arabs. You can be Muslim and born in Saudi Arabia. You're not going to get the passport. They're not going to give you anything, you know? So, and this is the message I'm trying to send to, especially the Pakistani community. You get citizenship, or you have birthright here. You're equal to a white person, like everything, you know. Whereas if you go to a Muslim country, Saudi Arabia, they're not going to give you F all. They will give you fuck all over there, right? So this racism bullshit needs to stop. I've heard racist remarks from brown people about white people. I've heard racist remarks from all other races as well. So it's not just a white people are racist. All this is nonsense, you know. This kind of stuff really annoys me. Sorry, went on.
No.
It doesn't actually matter, does it? The color of your skin does not
I don't
matter
think so.
in the slightest. If you live in Britain, you're born in Britain, even if you're not born in Britain and you're in Britain and you're living by the British way, that is all that matters. That's all that matters. Nothing else comes into it.
That's the main point.
Exactly. You know, it's not a secret. I live in Spain now. I've not gone to Spain and tried to change their ways. I've gone and integrated into their system. And I'd fly a Spanish flag as well as I'd fly a British flag. I'm not happy to live there.
But can I say, you've done that, but people here are told it's bad if someone has an English flag, they are racist. That's what I literally thought my first 2 decades living here. Do you know what? The only thing that changed my perception about the English flag, this will sound really silly, but small things do matter. My neighbors who live opposite to me, they are the most beautiful couple. They're like probably in their late 70s. They're Christian, they're English white, and they have 2 England flags in their garden. And I know for a fact that the nicest people in the world. because of them, I'm like, hold on. I used to think English flag is racist because that's what I've been told by the media in this country. And you know, if you raise an English flag, you're automatically a racist, right? Whereas if you raise a Palestinian flag, Pakistani flag, Indian flag, Israeli flag, no problem. As soon as someone raises an English flag, the impression the immigrants are given by the British people themselves who are here before us, right? Is this is racist, this is wrong. So we're just like, okay, we believe you, right? This is your country, you've been here. So then I question, who are these people native to this country who are trying to sabotage the identity? Who are they? Why are they trying to do this?
Well, it's because of their ideology. They're far left. Their far left ideology, their identitarian ideology, and they want to keep us separate. They want to stop people that are coming into this country being proud to be British. That's what they want to do, and they want to stop the British being proud to be British as well. They want to complete, and the people that are doing this are not people from ethnic minorities. The people that are doing this are liberal, white, guilt-laden, middle-class people who've never worked a day's graft in their life. They've gone from their private school to university, politics or law. And they have never got their hands bloodied by building a house, soldiering, or anything physical. And that's who these people are. And that's the ones that we've got to get rid of. We've got to put them out of power. And if it takes 5 years, we've got to get rid of them.
Let me just bring Craig and PC in for a minute, because they've been sitting there very quietly for the last 10 minutes or so. Guys, one of the things that I've learned, even at my age, one of the things that I've learned since I started doing what I'm doing here is the depth of feeling. Probably the biggest surprise that I've had, the biggest pleasant surprise, is that the strength of depth of feeling from people that aren't ethnically English, as Lubna puts it, I'll use her words, the depth and strength of their love for this country, the amount of people that are coming up to me going, mate, I really support what you do. You know, I think you're doing a great job. Your people are doing a brilliant job to bring us all together. And that I've got to tell you, it makes me feel so proud. And I know that, you know, I know PC at the bottom there. I know that, you know, you get a bit frustrated at times, you know, but this is the message that we are all now coming together.
Yeah, exactly. I don't
Paul,
know.
Look at us all here. Look at all of us. We're all on the same song sheet, aren't we?
Yeah.
Yep.
Exactly. Even Mr. Blobby down there with a red face.
Right, on that note, I'm going to just close my camera, right? I'm going to go and get a coffee. Excuse me. I'll be back. I'm busting for a coffee. It's actually boiled.
By the way, guys,
I wouldn't have done it when you played your video. Go on.
As this is a bit of a marathon tonight, if anyone needs to pop off the loo or go and make a cup of tea, it's a nice, you know, quiet, relaxed one tonight. I'm going to nip off myself in a minute and go and make a drink, and I'm going to hand over the reins to Richard and the others. They can keep us going.
You'll get back. You'll have no channel, Paul.
In 20 seconds.
All these subs will all be gone.
Craig's going to do a striptease for us in a minute.
Danny is not to go and put Paul. Danny's not to go and put his mankini on.
That's it. I've got guys. Just one second.
Over 10 seats. Danny's putting a mankini on.
I've got Noel here from Reform. Just one second. Noel, can you hear me?
Hey, Paul, you're right.
Yep, you're live, mate. So be on your best behaviour.
I'll be on my best behaviour.
Can you hear this, guys? Can you hear him? Can you hear him? Yeah, okay. How did the day go, my friend?
Do you know what? It went really, really well today. But I'll be honest with you, I've been absolutely burnt out. Everybody's burnt out. You know, the amount of ground that we've had to cover in the space of kind of 4 weeks has just been, you know, unbelievable. You know, that's 45,000 leaflets. Most of us are sort of banging in about 20,000 steps a day. You know, getting out, talking to people. So yeah, we're all really, really, really tired. So right here, right now, everything's going to start going through the verification process.
Yeah.
Which so when you go in, obviously, and you tick your, well, you don't tick, you put your X for who you want to vote for. When you walk in, when they put the line through your name, they've got to make sure that all of those numbers tally up with those ballot papers. So that's the process that's going on now. So they've got to make sure that every single ballot paper has been assigned correctly, or else that can cause quite a lot of complications. As I understand it, what has happened in the past is that sometimes people go in there and then they go home with their actual ballot paper and it messes up the whole count.
Right.
So, yeah.
How do you feel? Is there any indication of how you might have done today?
Not yet. So they've just got the postal votes that they're going through now. So they're kind of just separating them into piles. The indication that I would give you is just a really, really positive response, Paul. And, you know, like I say, I don't proclaim to be a politician, but one of the things that I've learned today, that if we get so many votes, then we can become the official opposition because we get money for that. And that will enable us to actually hold a Labour government to account. But then there's other things that are coming in now where, there's other things that are coming in now, other reports that Labour has dropped 6 points in the polls and we have gained 6 points in the polls. So, you know, there are reports coming in, and apparently the younger population is all now voting Reform and deciding that they don't want to vote for Labour because they're really concerned about getting on the housing ladder, how they're going to pay for things, and they just don't see that Labour is going to be a viable political party for them moving forwards for the future of the country. So it's all really, really promising stuff. I've been inundated with messages today from so many people just saying, you know, you're our only hope. And I've got to be honest with you, Paul, if I don't win, I will be bitterly, bitterly disappointed. And I'll be bitterly disappointed for the people that I've stood up here to represent.
Yeah, absolutely. Any idea what time the result might come through there in Hemel Hempstead?
They're sort of saying about 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning. So it is the verification process that actually takes quite a lot of time. So that's not the counting. They've just got to match all of those ballot papers to what they have on their records in terms of what's been issued out. And that's all I kind of know at the moment. But there's a lot of press down here. You know, it's a big seat, the Hemel Hempstead seat. So there's a lot of eyes on this seat.
Yeah.
So like they've got the BBC down here. They've got quite a lot of press. They're expecting a lot more press to come down as well. And all I can do, and you know, all I can do at this moment is hope and pray to God, Paul, that when they read out who's won this seat, it's Noel Wilcox. I think there'll be a lot of happy people out there.
You're too right. There will be, and a lot of happy viewers.
In here.
Exactly. No, look, thanks for coming on, my friend. I know you got lots to do there. I really appreciate it, and look, we wish you all the very best. And tomorrow, I hope you are the Right Honourable Noel Wilcox.
I won't be quite yet the Right Honourable, not quite, Paul. But I'll drop you messages throughout the night, and then I don't know if you're doing any lives later or you know you're keeping up with it. I'll do my best to update you. I'll do my best to update like the viewers, let you all know how it's going. You know, I'm happy to do that throughout the evening.
Thank you, brother. Have a result. We're praying for you.
Oh, thank you so much. Well, let's hope that all your prayers are answered.
All the best, mate. Thank you. Bye. Cheers, Noel.
Bye.
That is Noel Wilcox, Reform candidate for Hemel Hempstead. Let's have a quick look. Just very quickly, whilst we're on that subject, I will bring on Peter Gold, Reform candidate as well for down there in Plymouth, Sutton, Devonport.
Good evening, Paul.
Peter, good evening. You are live. How are you doing, my friend?
I'm very good, thank you. I'm very good. Just standing outside the counting stations at the moment.
How's things looking down for you there in Plymouth, Sutton, Devonport?
Well, they've not got the boxes in yet. They're just counting the postal votes. I did see a big pile, and they've got Labour on the top. I'm thinking, oh my God, look at the size of that Labour pile. But then somebody told me, no, that's just a pile. It's not been sorted.
Okay. So any indication, you know, standing around outside today, any indication of, you know, what's the general feeling? How are you feeling?
To be honest, it's impossible to call because if you look at all the data, I mean, I've had 300,000 views on my social media channels in 2 weeks. I've had thousands of likes, thousands of comments, thousands of reposts. So if you live in the social media bubble, you think, wow, yeah, this is going in our direction. And then I've been out on the street talking to people, and again, it's been really, really positive. But I just daren't call it. I dare to dream, but I daren't call it.
I've been talking to a number of reform candidates today, and, one or two of them are a little bit superstitious, and they said, oh, you know what, I'm not going to come on because it might jinx it. They're confident. Mate, all we can do is hope and pray, keep our fingers crossed. And look, good luck to you. God willing, you'll get a result. There's plenty of people out there rooting for you. And hopefully tomorrow, you'll be an MP.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, that's the plan. That's why we're here. I really appreciate your help and support as well, Paul.
It's been a pleasure. All the best, mate. Thanks for the update, Peter, and good luck.
No problem. Cheers, Paul.
Cheers. Thank you.
Bye.
Guys, I hope you could hear all that well enough.
Yep,
Was that all coming through okay?
Perfect.
Yeah, loud and clear. Yeah.
Good stuff. Let me just read a few super chats out. Englishman Pete, can you get Danny Roscoe on at some point? He's a really solid patriot that deserves a lot more recognition than he's getting. I certainly will do, actually. Next time I see him, I will ask him to come on, the patriotic Christian. Won't be long, Paul. Just sort out kids. So that gives you an idea, guys, of how
far behind you are.
I am on the chat. We have
That took a while.
Let me just tell you guys, Juliet, love you guys. Thank you. Let me tell you something. We have over 7,000 messages.
Already.
Wow. That's mad.
Paul, that's a record again. Yesterday was a record broken from before.
Yeah.
And that's another, that's smashed the last one, isn't it?
Jeff, thank you very much. Tiger Singh, Grandad won at St George's Cross, not for the wokes. Well done. Thank you very much. 36 Hamster, what do you think of the Lib Dem cunning stunts? I've got to be very careful how I say that.
That was a trick. That was a trick there, wasn't it, Paul?
Nice try.
Oh, yeah.
That would have been your channel closed down forever.
You know why, didn't you? Bloody QPR support. Well, that's why he knows I'm a Fulham boy. That's going on there. Claire Bear, thank you. Peerage is out. Could knighthood to Alistair Jack of betting fix. Is that, have I read that right, Claire Bear? Christine, mental health nurse, see you there on the 27th. Thank you so much for that.
That's for the Labour voters that are coming.
Philip Shepherd, if you need people to boycott, it needs people to boycott the mainstream media. I agree.
They are.
They are, yeah. Nina says, spoke to someone today and I asked who I was voting. I replied, Reform. She said, no, Labour. She didn't want Conservative to win. What a crap. Yeah, absolutely. Shemaine is a new member. The Purdy the Patriot is a new member. Thank you very much. Round done lost. Is the SNP collapse imminent, bringing tears of joy? That is what we're hearing. We are hearing a complete collapse of the SNP. Ian Atkins, a new member. Chrissy, a new member. Thank you. Jesse West. I'm sick to death of seeing the memes on social media of the Reform logo being mixed with a swastika. Absolutely. It's an absolute insult to our World War II veterans. I've had to delete a lot of people off my Facebook lately. Jesse, thank you for bringing that up. That is an absolutely great point. And I'll tell you why. Those people that post those swastikas don't care about our forefathers that fought and died fascism in World War II. They don't care.
And it's crazy as well, because it's more than likely that most of these liberals and degenerates, their grandparents or great-grandparents fought in the war themselves.
Absolutely. It makes my blood boil.
I don't mean to stop the flow. I will need to drop off.
Yeah.
I don't want to just drop off abruptly. So thank you so much for having me here.
Lubna, thank you so much for coming in. You've been a superstar, and don't let it be too long before you come back.
Sure. Thank you.
You have a great week. See you later. Thank you, Lubna. Thank you.
Bye.
Right, let's have a little look. Sharon, so proud of you guys. Tommy, all the way. Thank you. Really appreciate that, Sharon. Corium, Royal Navy, Reform. Thank you for your service. Sprocky Lock, Farage will embrace the movement after tonight. I think he has to. Craig, what do you think? I think he has to.
Well, I mean, everyone's now waiting. That's it. We're just waiting. As you said, we've all done our bit. Everyone's there. The people are there, ready. So he's got to accept it, and that's it. All move forward as one. He's got the people waiting. As you said, don't let them down.
And I just, you know, look, we don't expect him to stand up tomorrow and start embracing people that would make his life very, very difficult. But what we do expect is some recognition, some respect, and more importantly, when the time comes and we need it, some support and some backup.
Yeah.
And in that video, what I said was it might have been a bit of a subliminal message, but I used the term, we have had your back.
Yep.
And totally, yeah.
You know, what I'm trying to say to those guys is we've had your back all the way here. We've had your back. When we need you to have ours, please don't turn it on us.
Yeah.
I think that's a fair message, guys.
I totally agree. And I mean, the reality is that, you know, because of previous form, you know, I swallowed my pride and I said, look, at the end of the day, it's a bigger picture here. And I fully got behind reform for this election. But at the same time, hey, Shady, how are you, brother?
Good. Good to be here. Hello, guys.
You know, so I think we've got to expect him to acknowledge that we had misgivings, and I still have misgivings about reform for a lot of issues. But I'm still backing them because there's no other show in town. But reform are not the movement, and the movement are not reform. We're lending them our vote at the minute, and that's all conditional on what they do next, the way they behave towards us. If there's any of the insults that Farage threw at us before, I'm gone, and I'll be encouraging everybody in the movement that I've got influence with to be gone as well. If he comes out with any of this racist, knuckle-dragging, tattooed thugs like he did a few years ago, I'm gone. Like, you know, and there'll be no second chance this time. And okay, I'm just one guy. It doesn't matter what I think, but there'll be hundreds of thousands of other people that will know because we'll put the videos out there to let them know. So he's got to realize that.
Yeah, Richard, I'm going to send you a private message.
It's not a blank check for them. It's not a blank check for them. And I support.
Yeah. Richard, I'm going to send you a private message. Just want your advice on something there. Shady Shay, how you doing, mate?
Yo, I'm good. I'm so happy to be here. Sorry I'm late.
No, you're all right, mate. I've been playing your video that you put out earlier on.
Oh, nice. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that.
How's life been, mate? I see you've been out there today and voted.
Oh yeah. I had to. So I was on the phone to my sister and we're talking, and she asked me what I was up to. She immediately asked me if I had voted. I was like, no, I was on my way. She was like, you know what, yeah, I like that guy, that Farage guy. I like him, you know. I was like, yeah, you do. She was like, her auntie, well, she's married, and she said her auntie was like, you know what, she's going to vote. So I was like, oh, so I was like, I'm sure she's gonna go vote to Labour because my whole family have always been Labour. She was like, no, she's going to vote reform. I was like, you're gonna go vote for reform? What happened? Like, we were all shocked, and I was like, I'm voting reform as well. Yeah, so like we jumped ship from Labour to reform.
Fantastic, mate.
This year's our first time voting. We're like, okay, let's give reform a chance because from what we've seen so far, the Conservatives, forget them. Labour, I'm like, nah, not this time around. We need a change. You understand? And I believe that if you want change, right, and you keep on doing the same things, you keep on doing, how will you get change, mate? Like, we need to change. We need something, all right? And so far, reform are it for me. for me.
Well, this is the other thing. Richard, I've just answered you in the chat there, mate, if you can see that. This is the other thing as well. What other political party what other political group, what other movement does what we are doing right here, right now, bringing a family together, bringing people, making new friendships, setting new high, honest, decent standards, peaceful standards that is unifying everyone that wants to be unified. I see it this way, guys. If people don't want to join us, it's because they don't want unity.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, exactly.
Paul, can I just quickly give my daughter a shout out who's watching me at the moment?
Absolutely.
We have had absolute loggerheads because she's got very different political views. Me and you have spoke about this before over the last few weeks since Nigel's decided to stand, and I've been getting, why are you doing this? Blah, blah, blah. Anyway, we've made peace today. She's voted who she's voted for, which isn't Labour. She's assured me. I don't know who she's voted for. She won't tell me, but she said, I have not voted for Labour, and I voted for Reform via proxy. And I know she's watching at the moment. She said, give me a thumbs up if you can see me. So there we go. Hello, Elise. All right. And Archie probably watching as well.
Elise, this is the thing. You see, we believe in democracy, and we believe you should vote for whoever you want to vote for. We're not going to try and twist your arm. Whether we agree with who you vote for is another thing. But we're not.
As long as it's not Labour, she's all right.
Yeah, we're not going to get.
I'll leave her in the wheel.
We won't twist anyone's arm, but we may well ridicule you.
We might send Craig round.
Yeah. To change your mind.
Oh dear. Richard, did you get that message?
Yeah. I mean, I think we would. I suppose we got to really say that. I mean, Paul a lot more than me. In fact, Paul's really done the really heavy lifting on this. But Paul's been chatting to Reform about, again, not a takeover of our movement, because it's not our gift to give anything away anyway, because the movement is not us, it's the people. But about Reform supporting us and supporting individuals within our movement who need support, especially in the next few weeks. And we've been led to believe that there is potential for support from Reform. That'd be fair to say, Paul. Yeah, that'd be fair to say. And that people that are going to need support in the next few months, we don't want to see those people let down. And again, I'm talking kind of in code deliberately, because we're still not there, Paul. Right? We're still not at this moment.
Yeah.
But that's small steps. And again, I cards on the table. I've been speaking to the leader of UKIP as well about similar sort of issues. And look, what I'm not going to do personally, and I've made this very clear to Paul when he's been having a discussion. I made it clear to the guy to Nick, who's a great guy and is leader of UKIP. But we're not really interested in joining parties and endorsing parties with a blank check, which is what we did with UKIP in 2018. And again, we kind of rushed into that. And in hindsight, it would have been better to plan it slower and not go as quickly as we did. But what we want to do is build our movement simultaneously with their political parties grow, whether it's SDP, UKIP, or Reform, or some sort of amalgamation of them all. But what we need to know is that they've got our backs, because we've had their backs, and we've got. I would say Paul alone has probably. I mean, how many votes do you think you've got people to commit to, Paul? Tens of thousands. We're talking tens of thousands. If we've been realistic, tens of thousands of people have probably voted Reform just as a result of Paul's channel. Tommy's channel, 500,000 people, 600,000 people on Twitter. Tommy endorsed, and it's not just that. So Tommy endorsed Reform, told people to vote Reform, and you could be talking 1 million votes from just Tommy. So we could be in a situation where this movement, which is a very fledgling movement, obviously it's been going on for a long time, but in its current form, it's a very fledgling movement, could well have generated over 1 million votes for Reform just between Tommy and you, Paul. and there's been Sargon's been on it with reform, Maya Tusi, Lawrence, massive influencers with massive
Reach.
what I'm looking, subscriber base. I'm getting tired now.
Reach.
Massive reach. Yeah. So this is what we can give to them, but it's not something that we're going to give. We can't give the people because they're not our people. They're just people that subscribe to our channels.
Yeah.
And the reality is it can't be done as a blank check without any assurances that if they've got 13 MPs, and let's just get it right, let's say someone very close to us ends up going to prison for some trumped up charge, we want houses asked on the floor of the House, questions asked on the floor of the House about that individual and what they're going to do to get him out of prison if that happens, or if there's something along those lines happens. And not just him. See, there's a lot of injustice going on against people in our movement. And there is two-tier policing. People are being arrested and people are being imprisoned. I saw a message tonight that certain ones from ULEZ that have been dragged into Charing Cross police station and charged with some trumped-up charge over nothing. So this is happening up and down the country, and Scotland as well. So, we need a voice in Parliament. And again, hopefully my local MP will be the guy I voted for, and he'll be a voice for us as well. So we should have a voice in Parliament, Paul.
I think it's fair to say we got friends in high places.
Yes.
Yeah. Hopefully.
Yes. And we have. I mean, we're not, we're the people at the cutting edge. We've been doing this for a long time, but we've got people backing us, certainly with political backing, and that's what we need. And that needs to grow.
Yeah.
I spoke to Gareth Beer
Guys, I'll
about.
be back. I've got Sophie just quickly ringing the doorbell, mate. I'll be back.
Yeah, no worries, Danny. Off you shoot off, mate, and come back when you want. Go on.
What was that chat there that came in? Paul mentioned to me there was something.
Let me just read that. Better the devil, Thank you very much. Tell Mr. Inman I was made up to get a mention on Maya Tuesday's live stream from Canada. Off Tommy, I'm the dying bloke who's making the 27th.
Let me tell you about this. Right, this guy, man, what a story. He was diagnosed with a terminal illness several years ago, right? And he got in touch with me through my channel, and he said, look, he says, I'm not going to say where he's coming from. He's coming from a certain part of the country. It's a long way away. He's traveling down and actually putting his life at risk by traveling down on the 27th to our demonstration. And he is a very, very brave man. I don't know his background, but that's how much he cares about what I'm saying here. I don't know if it's a he or she, because obviously the name doesn't really give it away. But yeah, dying bloke. Yeah, so he's a bloke. So he's coming down on the 27th, and it means there's no excuse for anybody not coming. I said that to Tommy, and Tommy said it on Maya's live stream. Tommy said it on Maya's live stream.
And can you do us a favour, when you do come down, can you try and make yourself known to us so that we can come and say hello? Absolutely. I mean, I've said that. I think I said that to him in a private message or a message on YouTube. We have an area, because I think he's in a wheelchair. So we have an area where, wheelchair bound people can come, and you'll be looked after. We've got medics. It's going to be great. There's not going to be a problem. So yeah, come down, make yourself known to us. Even send me a text so I know how to identify you, or send me something through social media, and let's get on it. Yeah, definitely. Let me just run through a few of these guys. Phil the Brit, I took my son to vote. He voted reform. Well done. Right wing, feel part of a great family, and that there is hope. I think that is one of the big things to come out of what we're doing. Tiger Singh, British Sikh military family here by invite. God bless you. Thank you very much. Shoegazer, that Channel 4 actor should be arrested.
100%.
William V6, Paul, I voted reform in Mitcham. Regards, Bill. Well done, Bill. Hyper focus, 3 smart fellas. They felt smart. Repeat. Thank you. Fromage fondue. I think it's about time to ditch the term liberal when it comes to the left. Labour, Lib Dems, Greens, call them what they truly are, communists. If anyone is confused, time to brush up on history. Do you know what? That's a very, very good chat.
Snowflakes.
Yeah. Wendy, thank you very much. Stephen, thank you very much. Archie, go on reform. Phil Bowyer, seriously worried about Starmer getting into power. It will be catastrophic to the UK people and the death of the UK. He is a deceitful individual. I don't disagree with any of that. Blatant says, voted for the first time since 2016, voted, and it was for reform. Trying not to be dramatic, but this could be the last chance to save the nation. Shoegazer again, thank you very much. That Channel 4 actor, yeah, I've read that one. Thank you very much. How did he get away with it? Well, he not necessarily. I think there's still to come out of that. Wendy Napper, I went to vote today. The man wasn't very nice, quite stern. I said, I've come to vote, not to join the pissing army.
Oh, wow.
Sprocky Lock, back in the 70s and 80s, we had Two Tone and Scar as unity. Yeah. I remember. Scott M, thank you. Wow, great stream, Paul, and thank you for your great support. Go reform and let's shake up the establishment once again. That is absolutely brilliant. Richard, I need to go and see a man about a horse, as they say. Need to use the bathroom. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to leave for a moment. If you can keep everyone going for me. Yes,
sorry,
mate.
Paul, to interrupt. I'm going to log off myself.
Okay.
See you later, all my brothers. It was
Craig.
nice to meet you, Richard.
God bless you.
Craig.
Nice
Nice to meet you.
Pleasure. Lovely meeting you. See you on the 27th, brother.
You will.
Craig, when you're free next, send me a message. We'll have some breakfast.
100%.
All the best, brother. Take care. See you soon. Thanks for coming on.
Bye.
Right, guys, let me just do this. That's better for the moment. Right, I'm just going to duck out for a moment. Richard, you keep them going. Is that all right?
Yeah, absolutely fine. Absolutely fine. I mean, one of the things I want to think about tonight, and again, just get some from you, Patriot Christian, and probably Shady as well, because obviously me and Danny talked about this quite a lot last night, and it's basically about how we sustain what we're doing and make this movement into something that is long lasting, that is not, because we've all, the problem is, well, I've been here before several times. We think we're getting somewhere. We think we're making progress, especially when we're involved with Tommy, because what happens is when Tommy starts getting powerful and he gets a lot of wind in his sails, they just lock him up. They find some charge to arrest him and lock him up. So because obviously, and we know that we don't know what's happening on the 29th, but they're trying to get him.
We're hoping it's going to get dropped before that, Rich.
We hope so. We hope so.
Yeah.
We hope so.
Yeah.
We really do hope so. But if it's not, how do we protect Tommy? How do we keep this thing going? How do we keep this show on the road if he gets taken out, or what when I say taken out, I mean just in prison? Because I think personally, I think there'll be a massive uproar if that happens. But what do you guys think? What do we do? How do we navigate our way around this?
We've discussed this, Rich, so I'll pass it over to the other two.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
What do you think, guys?
So, within the movement, there's, especially amongst us, there's quite a few of us with different skills and different channels representing different subjects. And like for me, for instance, what I represent and what I do and what I'm hoping to do in the future. And same with Shady Shay. He's completely different to me. So we've got that aspect of I've got a select group of people that are following me, and same with Shady Shay, and we can combine all that together. But I think that we don't have to worry so much as if Tommy was to get locked up, because the numbers now, with the people enlightened now to all the nonsense, all the wokery, the mistrust in the establishment now, the amount of people that are now enlightened to all of this is absolutely phenomenal. So, and the best thing about it is, what if they did lock Tommy up, it would completely show what he's saying is true anyway. So that would wake even more people up. I think it would have the opposite effect if they did something to Tommy. Then it wouldn't be good for him. It would be very bad. I think they know that as well. I don't think they're that stupid, to be fair.
Guys, I'm back. Just so you know, to prove this is a relaxed live stream tonight, I've got a packet of nuts. I hope can you hear me chewing? If you can hear me chewing, you got to tell me, because that just wouldn't be acceptable.
No, can't hear a thing, Paul.
Can you put that on mute, because he's making me hungry now? And now I've drinking me coffee. I'm gonna have to go and get some nuts now.
I'm gonna go and get. Listen, I tell you what we're talking about there, Paul. We're just talking about what happens, you know, and obviously me, you and Danny have discussed this. I'm not sure whether it was online or offline, but we have discussed this. You know, what happens to the movement if Tommy gets put in prison on the 29th, and how do we deal with that as a movement and keep the show on the road, so to speak? So that's what Patriotic Christian says. So much. Shady, have you anything about that, mate? What thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree with the Patriotic Christian. I mean, so what's your name?
He just goes PC.
PC.
Yeah.
Man like PC. Yeah. So basically, I completely agree with him, because like the way things are now, I've met quite a lot of people that were telling me that they thought that Tommy was far right, but after attending the whole demonstration the last time and seeing what's going on, they're like, it's completely different. Like, it's not what they thought it was. Okay, like before I knew about Tommy, I heard about what was called the EDL. All right, then when I found out everything and I went for the demonstration myself and I saw what was going on, I was like, it's completely different from what I was told, from what I read about. And then right now, like PC has said, if they do anything to Tommy, basically they're helping to spread his message. Like even when he got arrested in Canada, I'm sure he got more followers, more people got interested in what was going on. I met some guy I spoke to, some guy like me. He said he knew about Tommy, from the media, and then when he actually sat down and listened to like Tommy's videos, he watched everything, he researched, he realized that Tommy has got something, and he also went for the last march, and he's going to go for the next one as well, because he feels that Tommy has got something. It's not what the media are saying, and right now it's come out in the light. So basically, if they try to do anything, they're spreading the message completely. Like you see, like Jesus Christ, for instance, they thought they were going to shut Jesus Christ down, but look at Christianity all over the world. You know what I mean? So I think what he said is true.
There's an interesting aside on that, and Tommy won't mind me saying this. When Tommy was in prison, I think, well, one of the times he's in prison, I think it was 2010, somewhere around that, between 2010 and 2013, and a Christian minister, hello, hey, young'un.
Say hello, Carter. Say hello. They can all hear you. Just say, I've got a new tattoo. Show them your tattoo.
Hello, mate.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, tattoo.
And a tattoo, brilliant,
didn't you? Carter, can you say this? Vote reform. No,
no, not having none of that.
Shout reform. They can hear you. Look, listen, they can hear you. It's too late. We're too late. Say next time. Vote reform. Quick.
He's not having none of that, Danny.
No, he's not been brainwashed by us yet, mate. He ain't been brainwashed.
Danny, listen, mate.
You've been speaking to your daughter.
Your kids are not doing too well on the old voting front, mate. I mean, come on.
I was going to say, I'm not relying on you. Can you just shout vote reform before you go to bed? Quick. No, he's not having it, mate. Sorry, Nigel. I tried.
No, Daddy.
But getting back to that story, because it's quite an interesting one. So what you were saying about Jesus Christ, and again, we don't want to give Tommy a messianic complex. He's not the Messiah. He's just, exactly, as it said in the life of Brian, he's not the Messiah. He's just a very naughty boy.
I like that.
if anyone's seen that film, they'll get the reference. But but anyway, this vicar goes and meets Tommy in the prison, and he says to Tommy, he points at him and he prays with him, and he says, "You are England's sacrificial lamb." That's what he said. Now, if a vicar said that to me, I'd probably be rather angry with the vicar, to say the least. You know what I mean? But that's what he said. That's what he said to Tommy. Tommy will tell you that this vicar said that to him. And
he'll take wear it as well.
Yeah, he's just that's helped sustain Tommy on a lot of occasions. You know, I'm sure. But you know, that word coming back to him, that was spoken over him. So there's a lot going on there there's a lot going on there that we probably will never fully understand in terms of how things all work out. But I thought that was a very interesting little aside there. So yeah, I mean, I just think we've got to be ready for things to get very tough for not just Tommy, but a lot of us in the movement. I think in the next few years, and I think prison cells will be filling up, not because anyone's done anything wrong or anything violent, but purely because we've expressed opinions, especially about a certain ideology. That's ideology. Yeah, that's the word I was looking for. Yeah. Yeah, it was great when we had free speech, wasn't it? But yeah, so I think that's going to be a big issue, and how Reform react to that, Paul, is going to, and UKIP and the other parties that we've been chatting to, how they react to that is going to be very, very interesting. Obviously, UKIP won't have any MPs, so they're not going to be as relevant as Reform. But I think that's going to be a very interesting conversation.
It's key.
Yeah, it is key.
It's key to our future. Yeah, as a movement and as a country, because again, going back to the message that I played earlier on, united we stand, divided we're going to fall. Exactly. And there's really no middle ground.
No. And they have tried to do that to us, haven't they? The media, the press, everyone involved in that little corrupt industry have all tried to divide us. They tried to turn me against everyone. They've tried to turn you against me. They're trying to, whether it be the Remain or Leave and Conservative Labour and, the genders, the religions, they're just trying.
Danny, it's a good point. If we go back to what Lubna was saying, and to what Shay has said to a degree as well, is that, look, 6 months ago, Lubna and I, Shady and I, might have passed each other in the street.
True.
And viewed each other with some suspicion.
Yeah. Especially with all them tattoos you've got, Paul.
Yeah, especially with all my tattoos.
True.
Now we are brothers and sisters.
Yeah, exactly that.
I was stood next to Shay on June the 1st.
you stood next to him.
Yeah, I don't know. Can you remember?
I remember you. Yeah.
Yeah.
We all talked a bit when some gals tried to attack someone that took up.
That's it, with the phones, and then Richard got attacked.
Yeah. I remember you.
So that I think that is the perfect example of what we are achieving here, and I hope that Reform spot this, understand what we're doing, and everyone else that's watching understands. If there are people that do all pass up people from other races or whatever and view them with some suspicion for whatever reason, it's what's in their heart that we can't see, and that's what matters. So instead of passing each other with suspicion, let's get to the stage where we can pass each other with the thumbs up, say good afternoon, because we all love the country that we live in.
Do you know what? Just quickly, this was years and years ago. I'm going back probably 10 years ago. I was out for a walk, and an elderly gentleman, suited up, had a little, I think it was a poppy at the time. I can't remember. It was a poppy or a union. It was some sort of patriotic thing. And he walked past, and he just said to me, "Good morning." And I tell you what, it proper made my day. And I've always remembered it since. And that's got to be 10 years ago. 10 years ago. Simple as that. He said to me, "Good morning." It was just a Sunday morning, I think. And we passed each other in the street. Nobody else was about. Just said that. And it just, it stood out in my mind forever. Now, how nice is that? And why can't we all do that?
You know what, Danny? You know what? See, in Northern Ireland, Danny, that's everybody's like that in Northern Ireland. See, if I'm walking down the street, and not necessarily in a busy street, but if you're out for a walk on a Sunday, whatever, with the wife, and you walk through the park, whatever, and you walk past, you'll always say hello to each other. I don't know if it's like that anywhere else in the UK, but it's like
Spain, in Spain like that as well.
Yeah,
I've got to tell you though, there is a downside to that, guys. Right, okay. PC, there is. I'm going to tell you about a downside to this. Right.
Oh, everyone knows your business.
Well, no, not that. I'll tell you what. No offense to any of them watching. God bless them, because I love them. But Americans. Oh my God! Do you know, whenever I go to America, it's hey, good morning, buddy. How you doing? And all that. And for the first couple of days, it's like, oh, this is lovely.
Are you British?
What part of Australia are you from?
Yeah, you get in the lift. You get in the lift, right? And you know, we're British, we're English, right? We like a bit of space. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Don't. You know, I've just got up, right? I don't want to talk about how my day's going to pan out, right?
Yeah.
So I'm all very friendly with them for about 2 or 3 days. The fourth day, the third day, when I get in that lift, and it's, hey, buddy, good morning. What are you up to today? I'm like, leave me alone, for Christ's sake.
Yeah. I guess a bit too much.
I just wanted to say as well before I forget about Tommy that since the movement's begun, since the last time Tommy was getting in trouble with the police and stuff, not only has it increased the following, the amount of people that are going with him, but he's also had the opportunities to go on other people's podcasts, and he's been able to explain himself. And he's been on not just like your average person from the UK or for whatever, but he's had high prolific names follow him, like Jordan Peterson recently. And he's also been able to go on people of different backgrounds onto their show and onto their panels. And they've realized actually he's a good guy. He's a good guy. So it's revealing the true Tommy. Yeah.
He's been painted by the media a certain way, and everyone and that's just stuck. And he's been questioned. People that have accused him of racism, if you want to call it that. He said, right, show me one example of that. And they go, well, you just are.
Yeah.
Now, that's not answering the question, is it?
Yeah,
they can't answer it because it hasn't existed. There's nothing on record with it.
Exactly. And I mean,
if you're racist for being against these grooming gangs of any, I mean, it's not just of a certain religion, of any religion whatsoever. If you're racist, if you're considered being against that, you're considered to be racist, then Jesus, we're all racist, surely.
There's something wrong, isn't there?
I'm not going to condone that.
Everything should be open to critique. Everything.
Absolutely. And that's the problem. I mean,
and everyone as well.
Yeah. That's the problem, that people cannot get their head around what he has done for the past 10 years has critiqued an ideology based not on ignorance or bigotry, but on the information that is contained within that ideology. And that's what he's done. He's just gone, this is what it says, this is what it's about, and this is the big danger with these lunatics that have just been elected. Well, if they have been, we don't know yet, but it's looking like, isn't it? Basically, it's going to become a criminal offense to criticize that ideology or even actions by people that start that ideology.
Even if it's justified. Even if
it's true. Even if it's true and justified, it's going to be illegal.
Keep your mouth shut. Go work, pay your taxes.
Exactly. So I just hope I get to share a cell with somebody nice.
Gentlemen, we have Noel from Hemel Hempstead, the Reform candidate, back on the line. He's got a bit of an update. Noel, you okay?
Yeah, all good. So when the postal votes were coming in, it was starting to look a little bit dismal. All I could really see was kind of Labour Conservative, and then the ballot papers started coming in. And now it's starting to look a little bit more sort of neck and neck. So, yeah, that's quite positive news. Obviously, where we've just got the exit poll that this is going to be a landslide victory for Labour, I was kind of like looking at it and I was thinking, oh, my God, this really is looking dismal. But now that the ballot papers have actually come in, you're now seeing reform. People have really got out there and voted. So, yeah, it's looking a lot more positive than what it initially was. So that's all good. So, yeah, I've caught right up now, possibly even edging it in front of the Conservatives.
Fantastic. Any further updates, mate? Let me know.
I will message you. Just to let you know, with comms, I'm not allowed to use my phone in there, so I've got to come out. So if you send me a message, I've got it on vibrate. I've got to come outside, and then I'll try and give you an update. So they're still going through the verification process at the moment. And yeah, it's just looking a lot better now. Everywhere you kind of look, you're seeing reform on the ballot papers, which looks obviously a lot better.
Fantastic. All the best, mate. We'll speak soon.
Right, mate.
Cheers.
Bye, mate.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Guys, I'm going to grab a coffee to give me another hour's
A bit of boost.
to speak.
Go,
So-
go and grab yourself a coffee, mate. And do you want to just leave your camera on?
Yeah,
Or
just
should I-
leave.
or should I
I
keep
can
you
just
out?
do that. Hold on, is that better? Is that all right?
That's better, mate. Yeah, don't forget we can still hear you though, yeah? So no dirty jokes or passing wind.
Oh, can't stand them. Can't stand them.
Let me just read a few super chats out. Thank you very much. ASB88. Hi, guys. Popped into central London today. LGBT flags flying and not an England flag or Union Jack in sight in our beloved capital. What a disgrace. God bless England and my fellow patriots. Thank you for that. Shoegazer, real talk. Thank you. Phil the Brit. Everyone needs to unite and get the corruption out of our political system and our police forces. Being a patriot should never be a crime. Hear, hear. Leslie Donnelly, thank you very much for the super sticker. Better the devil you know. Thank you. Wow. How do I contact Richard? I don't have a wheelchair. I've not been out of bed since November, so we'll need some assistance from Houston, and my daughters are worried sick, but they are the reason that I'm making the journey. Mate, you don't have to send a super chat for that. Please save your money for your trip. If you can leave, let me just think how you can do that. How can we do that? Leave me a message. If you email me, I tell you what, if you email me, I don't want to put my email in the chat because I'll wake up to 1,000 emails in the morning. But if you go to my YouTube channel, you can find the email address there, or if you go to the uniteuk.org website, uniteuk.org, you can contact me there and I will put you in touch with Richard and we will make sure that you are taken care of. The Secret Vault, thank you. Reform is our only hope. This is the foot in the door for the wind next time. Let's hope so.
Great.
Let's hope that is the case. We have nearly 8,000 messages this evening.
Wow.
Wow.
And you're going to respond to each and every one of them tonight before you go to bed, aren't you?
Each one.
Yeah. Cheers, Danny. Yeah.
Honestly, it's one of the pledges that Paul made. He will answer everything.
Yeah. Thanks for that, Danny. You're a pal. Yeah.
It's in the reforms contract with the people.
Yeah.
PC, what you got planned coming up on your channel, mate?
So,
PC, can you pop a 50p in the meter, mate? We can't see you there.
Yeah,
all we
you're
can see is the telly behind you. Got a light you can
TP
stick on.
in the meter.
has light gone up? Oh, bear with me.
No, you're just in the way of the telly, mate, to be fair.
Is that better?
No.
Not a lot.
I can't see you at all.
No. Right. It should. I'll sort the lighting out in a sec. Don't worry. It should be quite bright. I mean, hang on.
No, we can't see you at all.
What is?
You're like a that's
Hey.
better.
There
There you go.
Welcome back.
I was hiding deliberately.
So what you got planned for your channel in the foreseeable future?
Okay, so I've been given and sent quite a few videos recently from a friend in Israel. They're documentaries. They're very graphic, but they're very informative as well. So they're eye-opening. And yeah, let's just put it. They're voices of the victims. So I'm going to be getting these 2 weeks prior to them getting released officially on Praga U and other sites like that. So I'm very lucky in that sense to have that. I've also got a few people coming on. I've got a friend who got in contact with me last night who has been arrested for a charge against that ideology, simply for speaking that she doesn't agree with a certain punishment that happens for adultery or whatever, or apostasy. So she got arrested. So she's going to come on and talk to me about that. And we're going to see how I can help her in regards to it by trying to gather up some people to
PC, can I just jump in for a little bit of a breaking news? I've just got a message from someone saying Labour has won in Scotland. But what part of Scotland that is, we're just checking on that. Sorry, carry on, mate. Sorry.
Yeah, so I've got her coming on board. And then Lubna, who was on the air earlier, I got in contact with her earlier. So I was hoping to discuss what I'll be campaigning for in a couple of years with her and, well, the topic around it. And yeah, I think apart from that, I've got one debate that's coming up. That's if he accepts it. And I think Shady Shane knows who he is. Hamza.
Sorry, can I just correct myself? It was a typo area. It was Sunderland, not Scotland.
Oh,
Labour's won Sunderland.
Sunderland, didn't it?
All right. So Labour's won Sunderland. Sorry. I'll keep interrupting you, but I just didn't want it to. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah. So hopefully I'll be having a debate as well on my channel for the fans, because obviously my channel, I have the patriots on there and people who are against the left and wokery and this Marxist way of life people are trying to put us on us all. But I also have the Christians as well that come on or those at least appreciate cultural Christianity. So they're all on my channel, and I like to give them some informative debates for them to take some notes from as well. So yeah, it's a mixture of everything coming in the future. I can't wait.
Excuse me having a little something to eat here. I'm bloody starving. For anyone that isn't subscribed to either the Patriotic Christians channel, please make sure that you go over there and do so for him. Same for our good friend Shay. Please make sure that you go over to Shay's channel, subscribe, show the guys some love and support.
I just did as well. That's what I was doing.
Good man. Return the compliment.
Paul, I've also just got another message. I will read it out. It's not verified, but I'm sure it's right. From a mutual friend of ours, Paul Stevenson. Read this. Can you please pass it on? In 2003, it doesn't really matter now because we're not really, I suppose, trying to gain votes now, are we? But in 2003, the Labour Party was taken to court by a lefty lawyer who demanded illegal immigrants get benefits. He won the case, and this laid the ground for today's scandal of hotel and benefits for illegal migrants. The lefty lawyer who won the case was none other than
Keir Starmer.
Keir Starmer.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah. That's not verified, but it's
so Sunderland. I think Sunderland's always first, or pretty much always first in.
Well, they're Labour, by the sound.
I mean, look, guys. What can I say? I mean, look, the people of Sunderland. I've never lived in Sunderland. I can't comment on what life is like in Sunderland, and it wouldn't be fair for me to make.
I'd like to know how many votes were, per candidate were there. I'd like to know how much they won it by and how many people have actually voted. I mean, I can't.
I will say this. I will say this to Sunderland, and I'll say it publicly. Sunderland, you voted for Labour today. Do you understand what you voted for? Do you realise what you've done? Angela Rayner has said that every single town and city in this country must take its fair share of illegal migrants. Well, Sunderland, if you think you've got an area now that is needing of some investment, wait and see what you've done to yourself today.
Space. And don't moan about it now. Sunderland of all places now can't moan about anything, can they? They voted
the Mackhams. That's what they call them, don't they, up in Newcastle?
Well,
the Mackhams.
It's interesting here. If we look at the Sunderland guys, I don't know if you can hear me. Yeah. So Sunderland, they got 47 Labour got 47.1% of the vote. The Reform Party got 29.1% of the vote, and the Tory Party got 13. So it's not okay. It sounds big, but if you remember, the Tory Party is going to be dead by the time of the next election.
Okay,
absolutely.
Okay, so how about this? So I have the Houghton and Sunderland result in here, and this is why I'm so disappointed.
Yeah,
Bridget Phillipson, Labour, 18,837 votes. Sam Woods Brass Reform, 11,668 votes.
Wow.
Chris Bernicle Conservative, 5,514 votes. If you put the Tory votes and the Labour votes, if you put the Tory votes and the Reform votes together, you're almost neck and neck with Labour.
Yeah.
People of Sunderland, I'm so disappointed with you. I'm sorry, but you know, you're a working class, proud British. It is what it is.
And remember, Paul, they were the ones that voted massively for Brexit. You know, that was a mass. That was the first place to declare in the Brexit referendum. Sunderland was the first place to declare that they voted for it.
Yeah.
Look, turn a negative into a positive. It's still a good shout for reform, right?
Oh, it's a great shout.
You know, considering the party's so new and it was all left a bit lastminute.com. That's still a great.
That's what I'm saying. It is. 29% is massive. It's absolutely massive.
It's really good.
We yet to see them in action yet in Parliament. So once we see some of that, you know, on TV with Prime Minister's questions, stuff like that, when people start seeing reform in action with the candidates at whatever seats they have, that's when they'll start getting real public attention. You know, that's exactly when they'll kill it. So let's be hopeful, optimistic.
Well, I'm looking at the reaction from the Reform guys in the chat that I'm in, and they're absolutely delighted with that result up there in Sunderland.
It's massive.
It's a real statement, I think. Although they didn't win it, it's a massive statement.
Well, they've more than doubled the Tory vote, but that wasn't never going to be, with all due respect, particularly difficult in
for Labour.
Labour, yeah. I've got another message here from people within Reform that shall remain anonymous. It says, Paul, the Reform UK grassroots are with you guys. The candidates and supporters, you guys know this, and we are very grateful.
Very kind, very nice.
That's good news. That's the sort of stuff we want to be hearing. Yep.
It's not been ignored, has it?
No. Guys, can I give an unashamed plug? Our friend Ben Bravo.
Yeah.
When War Comes Home, the book that he's written, he is desperate to get his second book published. I did a video with him the other day. That's up on the channel. Not enough people have watched that video. It's a great video.
He's a lovely guy, he is.
He is. These books there's a limited number of books that are signed by both Ben and myself. They are for sale over at the uniteuk.org website, or if you want to buy a slightly cheaper version from Amazon, the link is there also. Every penny that you spend on these books goes directly to Ben, every single penny, and goes to fund his new book that he's trying to get out. That's Ben Close, When War Follows You Home. Please make sure that you support Ben. Would really appreciate that. He's trying to, do better for himself. And
he's a great lad. He really is a great lad. And I mean, he helps out with. Well, he's a security guy, so he's on it with the security when we do the demos. Super guy, and he's a great laugh as well. We have when me and Bravo together, we just laugh like this, and wind each other up.
I added him on some socials before June the 1st, and we were talking for quite a while because I was asking him to get hold of you or Tommy so I can have a chat about my plans and my channel. And he stayed in touch, and then he was nearby where I lived, and he basically said, "Oh, I'm close by. Do you fancy coming to the pub for a pint or whatever?" And I was just like, "Oh, I don't drink because of my liver and stuff." I was like, "But next time, yeah." And then I turned up on June the 1st at London. And of course, when you guys were coming out just around the corner at near Victoria Station, I took my chance, went over with the camera, seen Danny Tommy, and seen Tommy there, and there, lo and behold, there's Ben, and he goes, "Get in!" And because I'm 6'7" and built like a brick shit house, so he's like, get around, and he grabbed my arms, put them around everyone, and he was like, right, now push us, mate. I was just like, come on. Because the amount of people trying to get to Tommy, that was
bad. I mean, it was what happened was we came in the wrong way. We should have come in the top end. It was my fault, to be honest with you. I never thought.
I still got listed.
Yeah, it was.
They weren't trying to get to Tommy. They were trying to get to Richard.
Yeah.
It is what it is, Paul. You've either got it or you ain't. You know what I mean, mate?
Yeah, that's it. But I'm just looking at some of the reaction on Twitter, and there's one here. How many years are we going to give it until the penny finally drops on the people of Sunderland that Labour isn't going to solve their problems?
Well, let them try now. They've just voted them in. Look, let's all face it. We pretty much know Labour are going to get in tomorrow, sadly. And these people really have got to hold their heads down in shame. They'll see what's going to happen now.
The only caveat to that, Danny, as I say, is that look, the working class, the good working class people of Sunderland, would have every right to turn around to me and you and say, who are you to talk? You live down there in the south of England. I've never lived in Sunderland, Danny. I don't know the lay of the land up there. I don't know, how Labour will improve or how they feel there. Look, that's the democratic right. It's done.
Done. Move along. It's one stage.
The reality is there's a good, strong right-wing base up there. UKIP always did fairly well up in Sunderland. When we did the UKIP thing, the only guy we ever got elected, because UKIP was in free fall because of all the bad publicity, and the only guy we got elected was a lad called Keith. And he still comes to all the demos, and he's if this takes off, he's going to be a man that I think will get back into politics. He had some really difficult personal issues to deal with, but he's he is a good patriot. And if you're watching Keith, mate, get back in the game, because your country needs you, man.
Paul, how many, considering it's now a very late live, how many people are with us now? You're on mute, mate. You're on mute. We didn't get that.
We have 3,200 people still watching.
Wow.
Bearing in mind that Tuesday went live at 11 as well.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, no, fair enough. But that's still a nice really number at this time of night.
So to be fair,
grab a coffee and sit with us.
Our audience is being split with Tuesday. Let's just have a quick look. I mean, he always gets massive audiences. I mean, look, he's got 10,000 watching.
Yeah.
Wow. I love to see.
So fair play to the guy,
Yeah. And has he got 500,000 subs?
Yeah.
More than that.
Nearly
550 nearly now, yeah, more than that.
Guys, I'm going to give you a little challenge out there actually this evening. Let's see if you can get me on a record amount of thumbs ups tonight. So if you haven't already hit the thumbs up, please do so.
I'm going to do it myself.
And if you haven't subscribed, I'm just shy of 185,000 subscribers. Can you guys get me to 200,000 can you guys get me to 185,000 subscribers tonight? Can you do it?
That's doable.
Yeah, I'm on 100. Let me tell you, I'm on 184,788. So can you get me up to the 185,000 subscribers before midnight tonight? I don't think you can do it. Let's see if I'm wrong. I've got some messages coming through. They're coming through thick and fast. Let's have a look. I'll see. I've got one here. Paul, the Sunderland result is great for reform. A massive 29% from zero.
Yeah.
Labour have a slick, well-organised canvassing system, have been out in that area for over 100 years. We have only been at this for a few months. What is that, Danny?
The amount of comments that are coming in, mate.
Sorry. Yeah.
Insane.
Just Reform came second in Blythe and Ashington, which is in the northeast as well. Reform are going to, in 5 years' time, Reform are going to smash it in the northeast. If it still is Reform, well, a right-wing populist party, whatever it's going to be, is going to smash it in 5 years' time.
Sorry,
in
Paul,
Sunderland.
Paul, I interrupted you. Sorry, mate.
Yeah, no, you're right. It just says they've been very active up there for 100 years. We can't equal their system in such a short space of time.
No.
The Tories are nowhere. We don't even have a local group in Sunderland yet, but we will. Working class patriotic people are in Sunderland, but we have been tempted by false and empty promises.
Yeah, and
Thank you so
generational
much.
politic choosing voting there as well. You know.
Yeah.
So it will balance out. It will.
So look at this. Yeah,
Sorry.
Blythe and Ashington is just in. Labour, 20,000 votes. Reform in second place with 10,000, nearly 11,000. Conservatives in third. Greens fourth. And Lib Dems basically they might have even lost their deposit. So again, 2 results in, 2 second places.
Getting there. Look, you know, as we've said all along, none of us expect Reform to win tonight. No way.
No.
But if we can get, I don't know, let's be optimistic and say 15 seats. Would that be considered a success? I would say it is. Would you?
Oh, 15 would be a massive success.
They're predicting 13, Danny. So I think anything over 10.
Yeah, anything over 10 for me. Yeah,
from where you've started from, anything over 10 is going to be
huge.
It's going to be massive.
Claire Bear, thank you very much. Sorry, second, thank you for that. Sorry, a bit late with that one. Ty, being descended from the Windrush generation, it's weird how I have to defend this country from English white London liberals. What's happened? Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah. Says exactly.
It all. What has happened?
Yeah.
I've said this before, that Windrush generation gave this country a hell of a lot.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I agree.
So where are we? We are coming up to 2 hours, 40 minutes. I don't know how much longer we can keep going. I mean, we'll just keep going until we run out of steam. Matt Bristow, thank you, has become a new member. Shay, what have you got planned for your channel, my friend?
Oh, yeah. So, excuse me. So, basically, I've been trying to share about the British culture to my followers. I know because I recently changed the type of content I create for the past 6 months now. All right. It got a bit tough. It got a bit tough because my subscriber base are expecting a different type video, but I switched it up because it got to a point where I was like, I've not seen someone that's been very pro Great Britain, because I know quite a lot of people that moved here, live here, enjoy the life here. Some of them make YouTube videos, but no one really pushes out, the British life out on their channels. I've seen a lot of Americans reacting to the UK, but it's from America. But someone here trying to push the culture out. And also a lot of things that I've heard from people, in my community about the UK have not been too positive. All right. And I always had that mindset. And I decided for myself that, you know what, let me learn for myself. So I started from November I started checking Remembrance Day and things like that. And that's how I got I got to know about Tommy from some recommendations. And after that, I decided that, you know what, there's so much about this country that people do not know. And I think people, mostly my community, will appreciate it if it comes from someone in their community. Because like I said, when I first came to this country, I was listening to people from my community. Yes, obviously, I'm very open to other people. I have quite a few friends from England, all white. But then when I need advice, I go to the ones like me, because I'm like, you're like me, you understand me, you know where I'm coming from, and I know where I come from, so it's easy for us to, interact. But after learning and, taking in from them all, I realized that, I think a lot of us have got this bias. We feel like we are us and you guys are them. All right. There's this, contrast between us. And I felt like we need to break that. And that's one reason why I started focusing on what I do. And at the moment now, I want to try to visit other cities in the UK to do more street interviews, because now I want to like try to get people in the communities. So rather than just sit down.
I like your street interviews. They're good.
Oh, thank you. That's what I want to do now. That's what I want to do now. I've spoken to a lot of people. So there are hundreds of people in my community that share the same views with me, that I've been trying to convince to come on my channel, but they all refused. They don't want their face to be on the channel. They don't want to be the ones saying certain things. I'm like, it's your view. You can say it. They're like, no, Shady, you know our community. If I say this, so I said a few things. I was called coconut. Today I was called some. I've been called many things on my Twitter. I've been called many things. Even just tonight, you know.
Mayor Tusi gets called a coconut as well.
That's right. Yeah, someone said he was called a coon, and then someone called me a clown. Someone said, so for voting reform, that a coach is coming to take me to Heathrow. Someone said, people like you are not wanted in this country by Nigel, something like that. You know.
Did they share with you, Shady, that did they share with you who they were voting for by any chance?
Oh no, none of them.
Yeah, funny that, isn't it? Yeah, funny
Shay, what they need to understand, these people, this is my response to them when they say a coach is coming to take you to Heathrow. What I'd like them to understand is, you know what? Even if one did, you wouldn't be getting on it, because we would be there to stop it.
Love.
We will be there to stop that from happening, because that's what we're like. We appreciate.
But isn't it strange when they sit there and cast all those aspersions on you, Shady, right?
I find it funny, yeah.
And they won't sit there and share who they're voting for.
Exactly.
You know, and whatever.
I think in all fairness, Danny, you know what? It's a cultural thing that I do get, and in the past there has been reasons, genuine reasons, for that. But I think we have done more than any other nation in the world. I think we've done more than anyone to integrate people and to show them that, you know, we just get on with everyone. If they get on with us, we get on with them. We got no problem.
You only have to go back to us ending the slave industry. You know how many? I can't remember. I think it's 17,000 Navy personnel died whilst saving freeing the people from the slave industry. And this was years ago. We were the first and only country to abolish it. So at that time, so people forget about that, and yet they're quick to point the finger and say, "Oh, you need to be guilty because you're white and you're English." It's like, no, I should be proud.
Yeah, I read about that. I tried to study about that, but before coming to this country, I already knew some stories about that already from some family in Nigeria, other people, and we have stories in Nigeria that actually mention it. All right. So while I was in primary school, we had many stories that mentioned about slavery before. Well, I hope is it okay to say the white people, right? So we say before the white people came. So before your ancestors came through, we had like different tribes, and these tribes always went to war. And when they go to war, if they don't kill all the men, then they take some as prisoners, right? They take the women and the kids, and these men, they sell them off to other tribes. Now, these are the men that they were selling off to the people that came from the seas. So they sold them off to the white people, and that was how it actually started. And when it started that way, they were selling them off. Then what happened? Then there was some raids. My granddad actually told me a story, like years and years ago, like when I was a kid. I think he died when I was like 8. So he talked about how some villages were raided. So this was because after the people were sold, at some point it looked like these people don't value themselves, and then a lot of other people raided like the whole area in Africa, right? And then when it came to abolishing slave trade, it was actually from the British that did it. I've got a video about it I saw on my channel. When I realized it was the British that did it, I was like, okay, really? All right. So how did it benefit them? And I realized that, okay, I see all the human rights thing and stuff like that. So one reason why I really love this country and I'm trying to push it out there for people to also appreciate is because of what the British have done. I realized that you always learn. So like there's this thing about British people. It's like when things happen, like you reevaluate it and see, was this good? Are there mistakes? Okay, how can we do it better? And we change. And then you do something else, you change. So like with slavery, you decided to switch it up and change. And then when you tried to end slavery, the Africans were not happy about it, and they were trying to enforce slavery still. They were still trying to sell more people, but because of the superiority of the British Navy, they ended it. But there's still slavery though, as we speak. There's still slavery in those continents.
I think that's it. I mean, I think, you know, that it was one man that spearheaded the end of the slave trade, and it was William Wilberforce, and he did it purely simply because he was a Christian. There was no other reason why he did that. He when he read the Bible, he saw that all men are made equal in the image of God, and people should not be slaves, you know, and people would try and justify this, that, and the other, but that was his motivation, and it was signed into law on the day of his death, you know. So he spent that one man basically freed all the slaves in Africa, you know, by his self-sacrifice. And that, the reason I'm saying that shows how one of us, like Tommy, like you, Shady, you know, like you, Paul, one person can have a massive amount of influence that you could never imagine. And we don't know what influence we're having doing this, you know, and what a stroke of genius, Paul, showing what our movement is tonight. We had a Muslim lady, with Shady, with this crazy guy from Northern Ireland, this crazy guy from Somerset, wherever Peter or Christian's from. But we're all different. We're all totally different. But
Frazzle Danny from Tenerife.
Hola, ¿qué tal?
I'm not ignoring you. I'm just trying to watch the results here. I'm just trying to see.
Jay, can I just say, you know, when you sorry, you say, you know, when you said, "Oh, is it all right if I call you guys white?" Listen, mate, we're friends. You can call us whatever you like.
We've been called a lot worse. But tell you what, you know what? Do you know what?
Just don't call me a Labour supporter, because I will take that to heart.
This is no word of a lie. The racist abuse I've had in Northern Ireland, I don't get it so much now, but when I was first over here, when I came out of the army, and it wasn't just racist abuse, it was downright dangerous. Like there was parts of Northern Ireland I couldn't set foot in because it had been killed. Nobody talks about that. I mean, I would have been, if I'd have gone to West Belfast and gone to a pub for a pint, and they'd have even thought I was an ex-English soldier, they would have shot me in the back of the head. You know, that was only 25 years ago, right? So, you know, I won't be lectured about white privilege by anyone. You know, it's completely horrific that working class white people have been demonized and been called gammons and the bigotry is coming from the white middle class towards the white working class. It's not coming from, as far as I know, it's not coming from ethnic minorities, but, you know, it's coming from the white liberals, the people who are running the country. They hate us. They hate the white working class, you know, and that's what,
Let me read this out. Mazza, thank you very much. Newest sub here. Been loving your vids. Thank you. Over in Belfast for a stag weekend. Oh, that sounds messy. So struggling to keep up with things, but what I hear is good news. Thanks, lads, for all that you're doing. Keep it up. Mazza, I've got one problem with your message there, mate. If you're on your stag do, what the hell are you doing?
Exactly.
It's a stag do. It's a stag do. But
okay, fair enough. Ty, I remember my Jamaican father telling me when I was younger that the worst thing that happened to Jamaica was Britain giving it its independence.
Yeah, can I come in on?
Well, sorry. Nigeria as well. A lot of Nigerians say that. They said that giving Nigeria independence was like a mistake. Like none of them is going to make a video to say that. No one's going to make a video to say that. But if you meet the locals, like the people, they'll tell you that we think it was a very big mistake at the time. Maybe a bit later will have been better, but at the time, like, because the country went from this to, in fact, it's buried at the moment.
Yeah, do you know what, Shady? I spent a lot of time in Sierra Leone. I was involved in a charity work in Sierra Leone for about 10 years, Christian charity. And there was one of the pastors in the church, a local guy. And I said to him, I said, Michael, I said, what was it like when the British ruled? He said it was like heaven compared to what we got now. He says we had good governance, we had peace, we had an economy. He says there wasn't the corruption there is now. He says this country is a hellhole now, you know, compared to what it was when it was British administered. Now, that's anecdotal evidence from one guy. But, you know, with what you just said there, Shady, and what that, you know, Jamaica. So all this revisionist history that the empire was a cruel and horrible thing. I don't know. There's plenty wrong about the empire for sure, but it brought education, law and order, peace. You know, okay, it wasn't perfect for sure, but you know, there's a lot of good points about empires, and these are things that people need to be taught, because we're just told that the empire was bad. But you know, and do you know how you know it couldn't have been bad, right? Because Britain did not go into countries and massacre everybody, right? What Britain did, they went in and they put administration in and brought the intelligentsia of the local groups in, got them to rule with the British. Yes, they took the resources. It wasn't, you know, they weren't doing it as a charity. The British were doing it to make money, right? There's no doubt about that. But to do that, they had to have good governance and civilization to make it work. Otherwise, it just wouldn't have worked. And that's why it was so successful until it fell apart again because of the influence of communists and leftists. But yeah, it's a good point.
Twisted Metal. Thank you, Paul. Delete the trolls, mate. Up the Fulham. Reform are doing a lot better than expected. I'm hoping the mods can deal with the trolls. I've got so bloody many messages coming through. Claire Bear, Paul, guys, want to thank you for tonight. Lost my mum in April and would stay up all night. And we would stay up all night. You're filling an empty void. She loved Farage doing it for her. God bless her, Claire.
Yeah. I know Claire very well personally. She's a really lovely girl.
Thank you, Claire. Really appreciate that. And God bless your mum.
Yeah, so I was going to say, has anyone heard of, I can't remember his name, but he's got that channel, History Debunked.
He's a good guy.
He was on the New Culture Forum recently, but he deals with all this face on. No one can criticize him because he is bang on the point with absolutely anything to do with history. And people seem to forget when we talk about slavery, they relate it to one solo incident, like it only ever happened in Africa. It was a worldwide industry. It was well before even Africa, you know, had the problems. It was every country had this bit of, especially Poland. Poland was one of the worst places to have slavery done there, and yet all we see is this one narrative, because it's the closest to the time now, about, you know, we should be feeling guilty and about for who our ancestors were.
There's a couple of things here that I'd like to say. First of all, there's nothing that any of us can do about history. Now, if you look at the German people, we don't blame them every day for what happened in World War II.
No.
Because it wouldn't be fair. But I do also believe, I think I mentioned to you yesterday, Richard, I'm a bit of a Victorian period army fanatic. I've done a lot of studying on Victorian armies. If you look at what we did, for example, in South Africa in the 1870s, that wasn't good, and we have to hold our hands up to that. You know, there are things that we've done in South Africa that we can't look back on with any pride. But at the same time, we can't be blamed for that now. It's too late. It's done. It's history. There's nothing we can do.
Apart from move forward in unity and you know, and that's it really. We can't point fingers.
There were different times as well. There were, totally different times.
I don't know whether you can see this on the. This is on Sky News, right? On the front, it's giving you Labour, Conservative, Lib Dem, SNP, and other. Right? Reform's not even being mentioned there. But interestingly, a few seconds afterwards, watch how it changes and watch where Reform comes up. Look at that. Labour and Reform is bang underneath it.
But Danny, have a look at Sky News Australia, and I guarantee you it's different.
Yeah, I bet it is as well. They're so corrupt, mate. This media, it's unbelievable.
Even after the election's over, they're still not trying to give them any credit.
Yeah,
I mean,
they'll be on it now. In the next 5 years, they'll do absolutely anything and everything they can to smear Nigel as a person, as a leader. I mean, it's lucky. Did anyone watch that speech from Zia Youssef, the donor for Reform?
Yes, yeah.
Oh, wow, I'll tell you what, that was probably one of the most patriotic speeches I've heard in my life. I wasn't expecting that when I went there to Birmingham last week, but it was incredible. So
yeah, because you was there, weren't you?
Yeah. I went and recorded something. Went on the bus, the Reform bus. Oh, it was really good. But
what was the atmosphere like?
It was electric, absolutely electric. But I had some problems with trying to get people to interview them. So I had my phone and a few pieces of equipment with me, and I tried asking quite a few people to speak with me, but they wouldn't want to be filmed. And there was this one film I watched. I actually watched the interview happening, but it's also on YouTube as well. I think it's the Winston Marshall show or something. The guy interviewed a lady who had to pretend she was going to the shop because her boyfriend's a Liberal and he was voting the Greens, and she asked for her face to be blurred during the interview. It's sad that people, and whilst they're there, they're waving the Reform cards like, yeah, come on England, type thing. Yet when it come to being interviewed, they were like, oh, I don't want to be, associated with Reform or associated with that England flag. And do you know what the worst thing was about there as well, which I forgot to mention? They took our flags off us. So I went with a Union Jack tied round, wearing it as a cape type thing. And it wasn't just me. This lady in front of me, she had hers removed off her, confiscated, and I had mine taken off me as well. And they said it wasn't Reform's request that happened. It was the rules of the NEC.
Wow.
So I looked at the past. They've had other rallies in the past there and other ties to do with LGBTQ parties and God knows what else. And there's been Palestinian flags allowed there. There's been LGBTQ flags allowed there. Flags from all over the world. But yet, when it comes to the Union Jack, they were like, nada. And they took it off, gave me a raffle ticket and said, come see me at the end. It was dismayed.
That's shocking. I mean, but look, when you look at how they've worked this, guys, when you look at this, right, it was, first of all, it was Tommy. If you followed Tommy, you were persona non grata.
Yep.
Now they're trying to dilute that to Farage. If you support Reform, you're this or you're that. Yep. I mean, what next? The Tories? The Lib Dems?
Yeah. Don't think you'll ever be there.
I mean, how low are they going to go? How far are they going to push this? And this is the message to everyone. Everyone needs to get over this fear because there is nothing to fear.
Stand for the truth, even if it gets you sacked, even if it gets you arrested. You know, the truth is the truth. You stand by it all day long. If not, then, grow some conkers and sort yourself out. Because, if we don't all do that together, then there's no point in the movement anyway, is there? We're all together. We've got to stand firm, stand strong, and be proud of who we are. And don't let anyone try and push us down. And when they do, we come back as all for one for all.
Yeah.
That's an interesting statistic. The turnout's 52%, which is down 5%, if that's true. I am getting that off of mainstream media. So take that with a pinch of salt. And they're still
Yeah,
saying the
that's
exit
something.
polls are 410 to Labour. I mean, if they get that, then you know, there's an awful lot of very, very disillusioned people in the UK. Is all I'm going to say.
I think there's an awful lot of very stupid people.
Yeah, yeah. I put it down to a lack of education, and I don't mean, you know,
No, it is true. It's true.
education as to read and writing. I'm talking about political education.
Yeah.
They just don't
My
get
mum
it.
and dad
Big
voted
brainwash.
for them. I'm voting for them.
Yeah.
They just
And being
don't get it.
brainwashed as well.
Yeah,
Brainwashed.
yeah.
by the
I'll tell you what,
media,
they're gonna bloody get it in 18 months' time. I'll tell you that.
Who?
The people will get it in 18 months' time under this.
You
lot.
give it 18 months, do you?
Well, I think with that sort of majority, yeah.
No, but
Well, I think it'd be quicker than that. I think it'd be a lot quicker.
Yeah, I reckon
I
within
think
6
it's going to
months.
become very apparent very quickly. They have not been left a thriving economy, which is what they're normally left to ruin. They've not been left this thriving economy this time. There's no money in the kitty. In fact, the Tories can do the same as what Labour done to them the last time there was a changeover, and leaves a note in the safe. There is no money. Ha ha ha. Maybe we could do. They can get a taste of their own medicine this time.
And the other thing is, I mean, we've got to look at Russia and what's going to happen in Russia, because I think it's going to be in Labour and the Democrats' interest to get us into war in Russia before November, because they don't want us at war for the American elections.
Some are arguing that's why Rishi did this snap election, because he didn't want to be a war prime minister, and he's seen this coming, so he just went, you know, let's do it. Reform had 6 weeks to get on board and do this, and look how well they're doing in the polls. I mean, the information and the enlightenment is happening out there, but not at a scale that you would think it would. But it is happening, and the only thing I'm worried about is because they usually say in America within the first 100 days of a new party being in power, you'll see their fruits, their real fruits, and you'll get a gist of what they're really standing for, not what they've put in their manifesto. And what I'm concerned about is a lot of unrest that's going to happen within the first 6 months, I would say. I believe there'll be protests when you see what Keir Starmer is actually about, who he really is. That's when we're going to see some problems.
So sorry, guys. It's midnight. You
off to bed for some beauty sleep?
Yeah, for some. Yeah, you know. I got to maintain this. I'm joking. Thank you very much for having me on the line.
Lovely to have you on, my friend.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for coming on.
See you on the 27th, mate, if not before.
Yeah, I want to say sorry, Paul. You call me a friend. We're not friends, bro. You're my bro.
Thank you very much.
All right, guys. PC, Richard.
Take care, Shady.
Bless you, brother.
God bless.
Take care, mate. All the best.
All the best.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Lovely fella. Thank you very much.
He is lovely. I met him on June the 1st. I stood next to him and we had a good chat. He's a lovely guy.
Yeah, nice guy. Missy Moon, thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Thorpe, for having the backbone, stand up and shout for what you believe in. You have given me hope and the inspiration to work out the logistics to get to London on the 27th. We look forward to seeing you. Better the devil you know. Thank you. Last one. Can't find contact details. Bit thick. Oh, okay. So, Richard, do you mind giving this gentleman your email address?
Yeah, I'll tell you what I'll do. Right, bear with me. I'll drop it in the chat here. Will I? Or how can I get it to him?
Just read it out or drop it in the chat.
Right. What I'll do, because I've got an email address I use for this sort of stuff. Bear with me. Let me just try and get it here.
We're gonna
just keep on going there, guys. I'll just do this and then we can come back.
Sunderland are being declared imminent now, so that's coming right now, guys.
Oh dear.
There we go. 1 second, guys. It's on now. Hold on.
You can hear that. Turn it up, Danny.
16,852.
Who's that? Labour?
No. Oh, yes, it is.
10,779.
That's Conservative.
Rachel Sarah Featherstone, 2,993. Niall Dane Hodson, 3,602. Greg Peacock, 5,731. The number of rejected ballot papers.
Okay, so we've got number 3 for Labour.
Third, they came third.
Who reform?
Hold on, mate. I'm going to just check.
I haven't been able to look back and see what it was last time, but I suspect it's the same pattern as previously. Can I just pick up on John Redwood and Jay Johnson?
Right, I've got this email address. We'll just
We've not got
paste
a
it.
reform.
Danny, just turn that down now. We just got to be a little bit careful.
Yeah.
We'll just post that into that email address in here for this guy.
Post it into the chat. That's it, mate. Yeah, we're going to post it into the chat.
Okay, so that should be
Fixed logic. I grew up in Fulham, coming back from Australia after 12 years. Gives me some fight still. Thank you very much. Ty again. Until other nations start holding their hands up with things they've done, the British shouldn't be guilt tripped with any of its history. Own it proudly. Thank you. The better the devil you know, the more seats they get, the better. Quicker comes the revolt. Messiah out.
So, Paul, just to repeat, it is Reform second in the Sunderland. Yeah. 10,700 and odd votes against 16,000, is it? So,
Sprocky Lock. No more British blood spilt, fine other. Yeah, agree. I mean, look, second again.
Yeah, and double, almost double what the Conservatives are. 27% of the vote.
Here's the thing, guys. The overall vote share now there's only 3 constituencies called, but the overall vote share, Labour on 46.3 in the overall vote, Reform are on 27.7, and the Conservatives are on 14.4. So that's the real picture, you know. And then the Lib Dems are on 6 and the Greens are on 5 or something, you know. So
unbelievable, guys.
It means they're only 4 between the Conservatives and Reform. They're only 4 points behind Labour. In the overall picture.
It's also worth noting that all 3 of those were Labour held.
Staunch Labour areas.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So there's no change as such.
No.
There's no shocks there, is there, so far?
What's happened is Reform have overtaken the Conservatives and put the Conservatives into the position that the Brexit Party and UKIP were in. They're on the same sort of polling. Yeah, so that's what's happened. They've leapfrogged.
Let me give you a little bit of information about our live stream tonight, guys. So far, we have had 54,000 people tuning in tonight.
Wow.
Wow.
That's incredible.
54,000 people live have tuned in. So absolutely delighted with that. I mean, look, Richard, looking ahead as we go through the night, that vote in staunch Labour areas is actually quite incredible.
Oh, absolutely. Because it means that there are only a few points. If the Conservative Party have finished, which unfortunately they don't seem to be finished if the exit polling's accurate, but if they are finished, then all those votes will go to Reform. So all the Conservative votes will become Reform votes, or the vast majority. And then the other thing we've got to remember, guys, is if we build this movement to the extent that I think we can build it, and I'm talking about having a movement with 10 million plus people in it. I'm not talking about a political party, but a movement. If we can build a movement with 10 million plus people in it, how many of them don't vote at the minute? If we get 6 million odd people on the electoral roll that aren't voters at the minute, that swings any election. And actually, the bigger we build this and in the next 5 years, the more chance we've got of basically having a movement that can stay in power in this country for 10, 20 years. Because it's built on values
and it can also build, Richard, when they're in power. We can still continue to deal with
Of course, yeah. Because when people see that when I say we, that what the people, this is going to be the first genuine democracy that we've had in the United Kingdom. You know, if we do this, if we pull this off, because it will be the people controlling the parties, not the other way around. Because if the parties don't sign up to what we believe in, we kick them out.
Yeah,
we hold them account, and that's why I say, look, reform have lent our vote. You know, but if they let us down, there's plenty of other fish in the sea that we can put our.
Exactly. I go back to what I said. I mean, do you guys mind if I play that video again that I played earlier on?
I think it was good.
Just because I think that this really sums it up for me. This really.
I'll be back in a sec, Paul. I'll be back.
Yeah, no worries. I'm just going to play this again. Afternoon all. So I'm just off to cast my vote. I'm looking forward to it. But before I do, I've got a quick message for those guys over at Reform UK. You see, like millions of patriots across the nation today, we are about to lend our votes to you and your party. And I believe they are being offered in goodwill and the genuine belief, at least the hope, that once this election is out of the way, we can and we will put our minor differences behind us for the sake of our beloved nation. And from the moment Nigel Farage announced his leadership and his last-minute campaign, our movement has had your backs, and we have loyally and actively campaigned for you. Today, the 4th of July, is your day, and we are here for you, casting our votes in our millions. The 27th of July is our day, the ordinary people's day, and we hope, if I'm honest, I've got to tell you, we are expecting you to be there for us by return and to show your support and to send out the message that we are at last united for the sake of our country's future. I believe, if I'm honest, that without us, you actually have very little, and without you, we'll continue to struggle. But together we can be mighty, and only together can we take our country back. Please understand this, that this is our moment, it must be our time, and this is our biggest and our best opportunity ever. Let's not waste it. We've done our part and we've played our role. Now it's over to you. I guess we'll find out on the 27th of July. So there you go, a replay of the little video that I played earlier on. It looks like PC and Richard have had it on their toes, Danny. It's down to me and you, son.
Just me and you, mate. Just me and you.
Like the old days.
Old times, yeah. Right away, the watch. No, I'm joking. No, let's just leave it at that.
Let's have a little look. Sue Brown is a new member. Thank you very much, Sue. Very much appreciate that. Christhorpe Junction. Sport paper and low turnout. Vote reform instead.
How many we got with us now, Paul?
2,678 people still with us, Danny.
That's amazing. Is, really, really great.
Unbelievable. We've had
grab a coffee. We've got a long night. Hey, look, Richard's just grabbed a coffee.
Talking about turnouts, we've had a great turnout tonight. Richard, can I leave you to take the show over for a minute?
100%, mate. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, okay, thank you, brother.
I'm getting certified with more Nescafe, so.
Thank you, mate. I'll be back in 1 minute.
Yeah. But no, do you know what, Danny? I think the patriotic Christian, is he still away? Is he? That's fine.
No, he's away from the camera, as is Paul now.
Yeah, so I think that those results in Sunderland, I think they're absolutely incredible for reform. Like picking up that sort of vote share is just, and it's going to be very
three number twos, isn't it? We're 3 seconds.
Yeah. And it's a question of what they need to do to turn over those big Labour majorities, and it's going to take a lot of work. I get distracted.
Richard, I don't think it will take as much work as we're thinking, because I think Labour will screw it up themselves. Don't get me wrong. We'll keep doing what we're doing, but the proof's going to be in the pudding, mate. You people that have voted for these cretins to come in, and that's the only word for them. You're going to learn a really, really hard lesson here.
Yeah.
And it's not going to take long. It's going to start
Yeah.
hitting every single one of you in the pocket. Right?
Absolutely.
So, you know, so be it. So be it. Let's
Yeah.
see what happens. See how long it takes for you to then go, oh my God, what have we done? Let's
Yeah.
tick the other box. Let's give reform.
I think the thing about it is, Danny, Keir Starmer has the charisma of a slug. You know, he is
Hideous bloke.
It's not just that he's Labour and he's lefty. There's something unpleasant about him. Do you know what I mean? There's something very, I can't put my finger on it. It's not that he's particularly slicked. He's arrogant. Oh, and he's going to be even more arrogant now. Did you see the bit where he's on about his dad being a tool maker and everybody laughed? And he spat the dummy out, you know, like some petulant child. And let's get it right. He's had a privileged life. You know, I think his parents obviously worked very hard, but he's gone from, you know, grammar school to university to law. You know, he hasn't struggled. He might have had to work hard.
Mate, even in his later life, before today, he's a multi-millionaire. They're not attached to reality, mate. They're not attached to reality.
They're not. And, you know, they've never had to fight for anything. And, you know, I've no time for them whatsoever. I despise the ruling class, you know, and with a passion. And, you know, because they despise us. They despise us. They think that we're dangerous. They're terrified of this. That's why they've come after Tommy, because they're terrified of this. They're terrified of what we do.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not just the movement, just they're terrified of the working people getting a voice, you know. And I think there's a lot of, the problem is too, we've got to remember they don't play the game straight. So they're not going to give up power easy. If we get this movement,
it's going to be very, very difficult to push them out. The only thing is, I think with the movement we're talking about, we've only been on this for, well, I know you've been doing it for a long while, Richard, but we've only been putting our part to it for only a few months now. Yeah. And I think that, coupled with how much they're going to screw up in being in government, yeah, I think it will be not as hard as we're thinking. But the worry is they will start making many Labour voters legal in this country. And those numbers will add up, and there's a reason for it. So yeah, that's where we have the problem.
That's where I'm saying we need a movement that, and that's why we need the settled immigrant communities to join with as well, because they're going to suffer at the hands of mass migration as well. You know, there's plenty of people that that have been here for many generations, and they are going to suffer because of the mass influx, and specifically one demographic is going to cause a lot of problems for Hindu, Sikhs. You know,
I was about to say that we need the Hindus and Sikhs on board, and
we do absolutely.
I was going to,
and people like Lubna, wasn't it? Lubna, was it Lubna?
Lubna, yeah.
Lubna,
yeah. What a lovely girl. I mean, you know, she was just, you know, like, and that's what we need to encourage. And we had this before. There was a girl used to come to our demos, and I'll not say her name, but she lost a leg, and she was in one of the London tube bombings as well. She didn't lose a leg in that; she lost a leg in a car crash. But she was a lovely girl, she's a Muslim girl, and she used to come. This was way back in 2017. And what I think I told you this, Paul. What happened to her? She got in touch with me one day on Facebook, and she says, "Rich," she said, "I can't come to the demos anymore." And I was like, "Look, we love you coming. You're not in danger from coming to the demos. You're welcome." She says, "No, I know that." She says, "But my brothers have threatened to kill me." And this was a professional woman. This wasn't some hijabi woman that was locked in a house in Bradford. This was a professional woman that was going to work in London, you know, in a professional job, westernized. But she was told, because she was associating with us, her brothers were going to kill her.
Yeah.
And I don't know what happened to her. I never heard from her again. That was it. You know. So
it's really sad.
You know, and I you know, I deliberately didn't go into it, but what I was talking about earlier when Lubna was on, I did quite a lot of work with ex-Muslim women, with my friend Mufassal Islam. He was an ex-Muslim. Long story about that. I'm not going into detail, but he basically ended up going back to Islam, which is crazy. But he used to bring these people over and help them, and you know, and try and find out their stories. And some of the stories are what was going on with those women in the mosques, in those communities, in the working class, Bangladeshi, particularly he was Bangladeshi, the Bangladeshi communities in London. It was just horrific. It was just absolutely horrendous.
I've got a few videos on my channel because now I've opened access up on X, on Twitter.
Yeah,
I've been getting quite a lot of footage sent to me by a few well-known people on there. I won't mention names, and if some of it I can put on YouTube, I will do. And I've managed to put quite a lot on recently, which really does open one's eyes as to what we could end up facing potentially. But there's also videos as well that's happening here already. You know, I sent you one the other day. It brought tears to my eyes, and I got that. Yeah, some of them are on my channel too. But
Labour have gained Swindon South.
Is that a win from? The
Conservative one, I think.
Yeah, down 21.
Yeah,
but again, Reform in second place. Is that? Oh,
yeah,
that's
no, I think it is. I think it's Reform in second place. Hold on.
Yeah,
I'm just trying to get confirmation of that.
Yeah.
Are you on Sky, Danny?
Yeah, I'm on Sky.
There's two different streams running on Sky. One's got quite a lot.
Let me
of
just,
viewers.
whilst Danny's getting that sussed out, let me read out a text from a viewer and a good friend of mine. He says, Paul, I worry everything is about timing. This was the opportunity. If Nigel had been in from all in from day one, we really could have been seeing a revolution. That much is clear.
I agree with that. I agree with that.
But he was on his way to America. By the time it comes around again, it'll be back to the same old. Watching along in for the duration. It's a fantastic stream. Don't mean to put a downer on this, but I would love to hear some other takes on how this could be an opportunity lost. And I'm afraid Farage not believing from day one is a big reason.
He's got to clear up his bias with Tommy for a start. That's one thing. Especially as the movement grows, he really has got to reconcile with Tommy and apologise for some of the things he said.
Conservative Steve Baker has just said, "I'm expecting to be swept away in the tsunami."
Wow,
there's confidence.
Yeah, he was a Brexiteer. He was a Brexiteer. Yeah, that's
not a good start, is it? Look, at the end of the day, we was expecting this sort of.
Guys, we got a live update from Noel in Hemel Hempstead. Noel's on the line. Noel, how you doing?
I'm good. Very well, Paul. Okay, so the verification is finished, and the early signs, unfortunately, is looking that Labour have won this seat. That's just looking at it from the outside. So it's a very close second now between myself and the Conservatives. And this is still really, really good news. Yes, of course, it would be fantastic to be an MP, but just my early predictions at the moment is that Labour have won this seat. David Taylor, he hasn't even turned up to the count tonight, and he just doesn't turn up to any of the hustings, doesn't speak. So that really does go to show that Labour were always going to win this election. So I don't want to disappoint anybody, but I just think at the moment with what we're seeing is that Reform are coming second. And that is just absolutely seismic for us at the moment.
Well, we've had four. I think we've had I don't know if you know, but I think we've had 4 results in so far, and Reform have come second in every one of them.
Yeah.
Wow.
By some margin.
Wow.
By some margin as well.
This seat here has been a Conservative stronghold for almost 20 years.
Wow.
That's almost 20 years, a Conservative stronghold. And the fact now that I'm going to fight this out with the Conservatives goes to show the hard work and the progress that Reform have made.
In what, 6 weeks?
In 4 weeks.
4 weeks.
Yeah, I mean, Nigel only came on board 4 weeks ago. By the time the election was called, none of us had any printing, nothing had been, had come through the system. None of us had leaflets. None of us had any correct signs, nothing at all. You can't go out speaking to people. It's like going to a business meeting and you don't give someone your business card. You've got to go out there, drop them a leaflet, Speak to them so that they can see what your policies are. You know, those only started filtering through the process, 4 weeks ago, really, Paul. By the time it all goes through, because of all the Electoral Commission standards and legislation, you've got to have all your printing symbols on them. It's got to be promoted by, you've got to have all that. That's all got to be checked by your management before that goes out. So they've got to check, 650 PDFs before they go off to the printers for them to okay it. I mean, it's a mammoth task. And to achieve what we're achieving now within 4 weeks,
incredible.
It's just incredible.
Yeah.
With the lack of infrastructure that we have, we're a small political party, and the fact that we're in the top 3 is unbelievable. I mean, from what I can see already from the ballot papers that are coming in, the Lib Dems here are just not even getting a look in. The Greens are not getting a look in. And I mean, the Lib Dems have been around for, years. I think they were, correct me if I'm wrong, but weren't they the first ever political party that was formed?
I believe they were, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I know the Conservatives have been around for hundreds of years, but I think the Liberal Democrats are around hundreds of years as well. So the fact that Reform has only been going for 3 years and we're coming second and we're fighting it out for second places with the Conservatives, in my opinion, Paul, is just absolutely unheard of.
Noel, can you hear me, Noel? Can you hear what I'm saying? Can you hear me in the background there?
He won't be able to hear you, Richard, unfortunately.
Tell him Reform, the overall, okay, there's only 5 seats been declared, but the overall Reform is in second place nationally.
Paul, I'll try and answer them.
Just so you know, Noel, of the 5 seats declared so far,
Reform are in second place with 25%
second
of the vote.
place with 25% of the vote.
Wow.
That's only 5 seats, so it's not the whole picture yet.
That's unbelievable. That's absolutely incredible.
Yeah. Noel, thank you so much for the update. If there's any more news, give me a call.
Yeah, I mean, they'll start the count soon, so they're just having refreshments. So when they start the count, that's when I'll start getting a better sort of indication. This is only just the early signs that I can see at the moment. So, I mean, that could change. There could be an avalanche of Reform votes that I just haven't seen. But like I say, certainly at the moment, that is just the early indications here.
Okay. Thanks, mate. All the best. We wish you luck.
Cheers, Paul.
Cheers. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Labour hold Washington and Gateshead South. That's the 5th.
What's the result? Is that a second place for Reform as well?
Again, I can't see that at the moment, mate. It wasn't live on there when it come on, so it didn't show you the complete. It might in a second, but it isn't at the moment.
Better the devil we know again. Thank you so much. Do you want to know the scary part? Jeremy and the commies force a leadership challenge in the summer. Be afraid, be very afraid. Top night, lads, 27th. Thank you very much. The Secret Vault gave you 15 subs from my many channels. Use it wisely. Tommy. Thank you very much. I'm still over 100 short of that magic 185,000. Cyprus, this is Nina Vanava. Cyprus was under British rule for years. And once we got our independence, Turkey invaded. UK has nothing to apologise for. It's all history. Thank you, Nina. Appreciate that. Yeshua, Jesus Evangelist, Yeshua, became a member. Thank you so much for that. Ty, Britain literally invented the modern world and exported morality. If anything, the world should be grateful.
Yep.
Present that way and never feel guilt. Great comment. Green Ghost, Paul, I own a Green Ghost. We have hosting, media, branding, and state-of-the-art design. We are willing to throw my full resources at this. Get in touch. Green Ghost, thank you so much. If you can, Richard, can you just pop your email address in the chat again?
Yeah, sure. Let me
Green
just do
Ghost.
That. Boom.
Peter Smith, so thank you very much.
Yeah. The Washington and Gateshead Reform are on 29. Reform came second with nearly 29.1% of the vote. in
good shout, mate.
Washington.
That's a good
Yeah.
shout. Isn't that the
Massive.
best so far? That's close to 30%. No, we have had a 30.
Best so far, yeah.
Yeah.
Green Ghost, if you can get in touch with Richard there, and he will put us in touch. The only reason I'm not putting my email in there right now is that my email, it comes through faster than the chats.
Yeah.
It seems to be a bit this. Oh, that's Swindon South again. Sorry.
They come through.
What was the result in Swindon South, Danny? What's going on there?
So 21,600 odd for Labour, 12,070 for Reform.
So second place again.
Sorry, hold on. I might have that wrong. No, I think they're third place. Third place. Third. 6,194 for Reform, and it was 12,000 for Conservative. So Conservatives are biggest losers in that. Reform gained 13.8%, which isn't, it's okay.
It's good.
It's still up there, mate. It's still up there.
I mean, for the people out there watching, do they realise how difficult it's been for Reform to get 5% of the vote? Think of the battle that they've had to fight. Not only have they had to fight a very quick, unprepared battle, but they've had to fight a war against the media.
Yeah,
I'm looking at our new PM.
Is a seismic result.
And they did it knowing that they would more than likely lose. And, just to be the opposition, that should tell us everything about Reform and who they are as a party. Just wanting to be the opposition, that's perfect enough for me. That's it. Great leadership.
Just going through some of the chat, guys.
Well, look, they need 326 seats to win. They're predicting to get 410, even if they get that wrong.
Yeah,
we ain't going to get a hung parliament, are we? To be fair, we're not going to be. They're not going to be 70 wrong, are they? 70 odd wrong.
I mean, the sad thing is that Reform are coming second in these seats. But like I say, if that Labour vote gets gobbled up, it can be a game changer. It's just, I think the key is getting more and more people onto the electoral roll. I mean, turnout of 51% in Washington Gateshead. If you get that up to 65, 70% by radicalizing people in the right way, in other words, radicalizing them to vote, you're in a situation where you can win every single seat in the country. Within, that's what the potential is with this. And but again, it's like, it's going to take a lot of work, and we've got to know that we can. This is, I guess, this is the thing with Reform, right? What are their true intentions? We know what they've said, but what are their true intentions? And that's what we're going to have to find out over the next few years. Look, I've had in terms of Reform, I've got my mate Steve Beattie stood in Oxfordshire. We've got Noel there, who's standing. There's loads of other people that we know that we're in touch with that are standing for Reform. So the grassroots guys and the grassroots candidates are absolutely fine. I am always suspicious of that. I've always been mildly suspicious of Richard Tice. Farage, I know what he's done in the past. So there is that cynicism, because it's a rump of UKIP and the Conservatives that worries me, because really I'm not a Conservative at the end of the day. I'm for the people. I've never been a Tory. I've never voted Tory in my life. So
I've only ever voted Tory.
Is that right? Yeah.
Tory. Yeah.
I'm in Northern Ireland, so I've never had the I've never had the opportunity, because I've lived here since 1990.
Until this election, I've only ever voted Conservative.
Yeah,
I've only voted Reform.
Yeah. That's an age thing, mate.
The first time you voted, yeah. Well, I mean, and again, do you know what, PC? It's about getting. What's your real name? Or can you give that? What is it?
Roan.
Okay, Roan.
But my second name, but there we go.
Roan. Okay. Well, it's like it's basically if you can get all your mates voting that aren't voting, if you get 10 people to vote that haven't voted before, You know, you get all your family to vote. You know, it's a force multiplier. If every one person that's really into this gets you know, half a dozen people voting, it makes a big difference. You know,
I got my friend who's, well, she's not here tonight, but I put my friend up. She's going through a divorce. I got her to vote, and then not only that, but at the rally, I waited till the end, and I went round and got all the cards that they left on the seats, and I must have carried a pile like that. I bumped into Sammy Woodhouse and did an interview with Urban Scoop. And,
very good.
Yeah, I'll talk to you about that in a minute as well, Paul, about you talking to her. She asked about that. So, but yeah, I grabbed about 100 of these, and this is all I've got left, because I went out, bought cable ties, I took out a step ladder, and I just went round putting them as high as I possibly. I'm tall enough as it is, so that nobody could rip them down or try and get them down.
Yeah.
And I put them everywhere, absolutely everywhere, and I had loads of people beeping at me whilst I was doing it, going, wait, you know, they were all happy about it. So I don't know what will happen around here. Probably be, I believe where I live, it'll be a Tory win. I'm Gloucestershire.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I reckon that the Tories will still.
I mean,
hold
as it stands right now, Labour have only gained one seat, haven't they? They've held on to their usual suspects.
Yeah, plenty of more of them to come, though. I mean, do you know what? I reckon that the youth might actually be key over the next 2 or 3 years. And I'll tell you why, because once the younger people start to get their head around the fact that if they thought life was difficult now, give it a year to 18 months, and then they might come to realise that this country does need protecting, and it's not all about today.
Yeah.
There is a tomorrow.
There is a movement happening within reform, and there's been plenty of videos on this. And reform itself has actually got the reform under, I think it's under 30 years of age. So they got youth reform.
Oh, I just miss out on that one.
Yeah, so they've got I just got that. I just clicked.
Yeah, I'm just a shade past that.
Yeah, oh well, I have only
That
just.
was way over my head there. That one, I just didn't even.
It's getting late, though, isn't it? It's getting late. Everyone's going to start getting.
I haven't been well for the past few days, so yeah, but yeah, so they have that.
Anyone, listen, PC. Anyone that's on this live stream at this time of night is not well anyway, so don't worry about that.
I might do a Joe Biden in a minute and just.
Sleepy Paul.
You need a seat in the Commons, mate, if you're going to do that.
Well, look, we have got the son of a toolmaker as our next Prime Minister. Did anyone know that his dad was a toolmaker?
Oddly enough.
Well, he made a tool, didn't he? He certainly made a tool.
Yeah, he certainly done well with him, didn't he? Yeah, well done, Richard. That was brilliant.
Not bad for this time of night, do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I was going to say, that's spot on.
I've got to tell you, lads, just so that you know, we are approaching, I think, about 12,000 messages tonight.
Oh, blimey.
12,000.
Almost treble.
I'm 164 off of being 2K subs. Hey! I'll have my 2K party soon.
If you haven't done so already, please make sure that you get over to PC's channel and make sure you subscribe. Let's see if we can get him up to 2,000 tonight.
Oh, that would be epic.
That would be amazing. If you haven't already subscribed, please do so. If you haven't given me an upvote, please make sure you upvote on this channel this evening. That would really help with the algorithm as well.
Approaching 1 o'clock in the reformer. Swindon, no, that's all right. Approaching 1 o'clock in the morning, Paul. How are we doing with the numbers?
Nearly 60,000 people have watched so far tonight.
Wow, that's amazing. That's amazing.
Have
we got still many with us?
Yeah, just under 2,667 at the moment.
It's not dropping, is it? I mean, it's a late night for a lot of people.
There'll be a lot of people that got to go work in the morning, mate. Yeah. So, you know, I mean...
grab a coffee, guys. Grab a coffee.
This summer night, I'll be happy with 500 or 600, you know?
Yeah, absolutely.
I'd be happy with 10.
Yeah, but I tell you what, I said this before. Let me just move that over a minute. whatever the results tonight, Richard, I'm not going to be disappointed. I'm still looking forward because our job actually starts tomorrow.
Yep.
Right?
Exactly.
Our job starts tomorrow. We have a very, very big week next week. And
massive.
You know, for us.
No, I mean next week is a defining moment in our movement, without a shadow of a doubt, Paul. You know, it's going to be a defining moment. We've got to get next week right, you know, because we've got to sit down and work out, and we've got some very clever people coming to what we're doing. So we've got to sit down and we've got to be serious and get serious heads on and yeah, because I think if we get this right, in the way that a lot of us are thinking about what needs to be done, then we're in a situation where it becomes bigger than politics, becomes bigger than reform, becomes bigger than Tommy, bigger than any of us. It's going to get a life of its own, and that's what we've got to. We've got to get everybody that comes to buy into what the vision is, Paul. Do you know what I mean? And that's it.
Yeah, very much so. So just so that all the viewers know, if they think that all the hard work this week is now done because the election's out of the way, well, for Richard and I, at least, and plenty of others as well, our work starts tomorrow.
Yeah.
If you need any help with anything, guys, always give me a shout. You know that.
Thank you, PC. I appreciate that. I think what I meant. I think what I meant by that, if people don't know what I mean by that, or you explain it, Richard. Probably, I'd rather you explain it.
Yeah, but basically, we're gonna get as many. Trying to think, because again, obviously, I don't want to give too much away.
Well, let's just say there's a lot of things happening next week.
There's a lot of things happening next week. A lot of very positive things happening that can only be a positive thing.
Newcastle up on time.
4,228. Ashton Hector.
Lib Dem 1948.
7,850.
Reform 7,800.
Labour Party.
Conservative 42. 18,000. Reform second again.
Wow. Again.
Reform second again. Again, not quite double. Not quite double the Conservatives, and sadly less than half of the other clowns.
Mind you, to be fair, I think Sunderland will get more votes than the Conservatives in Newcastle.
Yeah.
But again, it's a held seat. It's not a shock, but it is a shock that Reform is second again.
Second in every seat.
Yeah.
The second so far, every single seat that's declared. I think, isn't it every single? Or was the one where
the opposition as it stands right now, bar one? Yeah, it's the opposition at the moment.
The one in Swindon. That's all it is. Swindon South.
So six seats in, and 5 of them were second.
There's a very interesting.
It ain't a bad shout, is it? Considering how long. I'm not saying that we're the only reason. Jesus, I mean their tireless work that they've done in a very short period of time, and the mandate, the manifesto that they've put out. That's obviously a vote winner, but we have definitely amongst us, and I don't just mean us here. I'm talking about the other channels that have supported this as well, and the other names that have supported it without going into too many. That's a massive, massive thing for a very, very, very short period of time.
What in the comments there, it said Newcastle Central 12% swing from Labour to Reform, so 12% has gone over, which is massive. It's massive. Yeah. But it's like Paul says, we've a lot to do. We've a lot to do to make this work and get this where we need it to be. There's, it's everything. Do you know what? Everything needs change in this country. Everything.
I mean, I just turned the volume up on that Sky News thing, considering how anti-reform they've been with the BBC, right? Yeah. And she said, "Wow, reform second again." She said that. I just heard it myself. Those were the words she used.
So is she going to call everyone who's voted for them racist and whatever their
Allegedly.
opinion is? Then
Well, they probably will. To be fair, we're going to wake up tomorrow and find that we've got 8 million racists in the country that we never knew about before.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. I mean, I wonder how many votes. I wonder how many actual votes Reform are going to get in the overall scheme of things. You know,
it's going to be a shocking one, I think.
Yeah,
I reckon we're going to be sitting around 25 to 27%.
Yeah.
Of the overall.
I think
yeah, that's an awful lot of votes.
That's what it's looking like, isn't it? That's what it's looking like
at the moment.
Which is
yeah.
just
which
is just phenomenal.
If they're anything to go by, and they're all Labour strongholds, that all of those.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
you know,
I mean, don't forget the good areas. The good areas are still to come in, really.
And that here's an interesting fact. So that Labour hold in Newcastle Central and West, right?
Yeah.
Their vote dropped by 13.6%. The Tory vote dropped by 16.3%. There was an independent, don't know who the independent is, but the independent got 8.8%. So, you know, when you look at those sort of figures, and of course, Reform were up 10.7% in that. The independent's the wild card in there, because if you basically take the independent vote and add that onto Reform, that puts them on what, 18, nearly 30% again. You know, so and that's in an absolute staunch Labour seat.
Yeah.
Let me just read
they're all
this
Labour
one out.
strongholds, aren't they? Well,
Testing money, coins of the Bible. Trying to think what's worse. My 7mm kidney stone. Oh, that's a big one. Or Keir Starmer being Prime Minister. At least morphine kills the pain of the kidney stones. I've got to tell you, mate, you got my sympathy, because I've had kidney stones, and I'll tell you something, boy, oh boy.
They hurt. I've had it as well.
Oh.
They're not
But it's
pleasant.
a good point. What's worse?
Yeah.
They said, what was it? I read a joke the other day. It was picking between Sunak and Starmer is like picking Rolf Harris or Jimmy Savile to babysit your kids.
Yeah.
that had me. I was in stitches.
Sounds about right, to be fair. Yeah.
Yeah.
I am trying, whilst you're talking here, boys, I'm trying to get down to the bottom of the chat, and I can't even get there.
Oh, I'm there. 12:45. Yeah, people, what are they saying? Well, big swing to Reform. Starker is a stone. What that is.
I think you find we might get some serious headlines tomorrow for Reform.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
There's got to be.
Yeah.
I mean, what's happening so far is incredible. Like, you know, I mean, it really is absolutely just, you know, off the chart. Like,
Farage will be he'll be loving this.
Yeah. Tiger Singh, thank you very much. Being noticed is success, onwards and upwards. Claire Bear, thank you, honey. BBC, ITV, Sky, all saying about Reform's results.
I'll pick that up, Claire. They're saying how well they're doing. Let that be a little warning to the Labour lot.
This is a fillip for us. But what everyone watching must understand is that Reform are here and we are here. We're close. We're holding hands.
But we're not joint.
Not yet.
I spoke with
just putting that quickly in layman's terms. We are basically creating our own party, if you want to call it that are saying, yeah, it's good to go with them. That's basically what we're doing.
Yeah, it's a cultural movement. We're building a
Absolutely.
cultural movement. Yeah.
And again, in its very early stages.
PC, go on, mate. Sorry. What was you going to say?
I spoke to a Reform candidate in Birmingham, standing for Laneckley in South Wales. Gareth Beer, his name is. Lovely gentleman. Absolutely lovely. And the first thing I put to light to him, which dominated the conversation, is I filmed it as well. It's on my channel. I was speaking about Tommy and how he's united the people. And I said about, will there be any reconciliation between Nigel and Reform as a whole with Tommy and our movement. I said, because the movement, I said, that we're part of, I said, I'm a part of as well, is massive, absolutely massive. And I said, it's one that if Nigel tries to shun away from it, it's going to cause a bit of a divide between reform and our movement. And he totally agreed. And he said, I didn't even know Tommy was advocating for reform. I said, yeah. I said, he's done videos. I said, no, it's not just him. It's all the guys that have been speaking at the rallies. I said, everyone that's been getting involved. And he was shocked. And I shown him, stood there and shown him. And he said, well, in that case, yeah, I will be talking about it. And I was like, well, great, because if it wasn't for Tommy uniting the people and then Nigel coming out of retirement to stand for reform, I said, I don't think you'd have a leg to stand on, personally. And
that's absolutely right.
Yeah, and he did agree to some extent. He said Richard Tice has done amazing work. I said, yeah, no. I said, Tommy's united the nation. I said, he has gone, not just enlighten people about the grooming gangs, he's gone and tackled them head on, face to face. He's had that courage, that leadership that people have been seeing. And then even though Nigel's said what he said about him, he still had the humility to say, vote reform, even though they've said what they've said about me, still vote for him. And he said, fair play.
Yeah, I mean, and I think the thing is, if people knew what, we've got to be careful what we say about the situation, but if people knew what Tommy was potentially being charged with and how ridiculous it is, I'm just going to say it, he's been charged for telling the truth. It's as simple as that. That's what's going to happen. He's going to be charged for telling the truth. And, it's just unbelievable that the man is potentially going to go to prison for 2 years for telling the truth. It's just, that's all there is to it. Yeah. Oh, by the way, looks like my guy has won in my constituency. So he's basically affiliated with the TUV, which is basically the Reform in Northern Ireland. Reform is a sister party the TUV is a sister party Reform in Northern Ireland, and Alex is an independent, but the TUV and the DUP are backing him. And it looks like he's done enough to get across the line. And we had a liberal scumbag who wanted to bring Palestinian, what do we call them?
Refugees.
Well, I wouldn't use the word refugees.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they wanted to bring people from the Gaza Strip to my constituency. So it looks like he's been dumped, and my mate Alex has got in, which is absolutely brilliant. And he had a pretty strong contender, another mate of mine, ex-SES guy, and so that's this
one keeps popping up. I don't know what's going on up in Glasgow, but there's a few people putting this stuff in the chat there. Voter fraud in Glasgow.
It's interesting.
Can I just read a very interesting? It's a comical one, so don't take it to heart. But our Hulk's green ass, Paul. So you know.
Hey, how you doing, mate? Yeah.
The woke has spoke, and Keir Starmer doesn't know if he's a bloke. Labour's in the country now. Labour's in, and the country's now in the bin. Reform have done really well, and Keir Starmer is a bell. The toolmaker's son, who talks out of his bum. I can't even go any further than that. That's it. It gets a little bit more language there, but yeah, just obviously the views of a fella supporter.
Have you seen the song about Angela Rayner on my thing yet? Did I send it you? I'm sure I did.
You sent it to me. Yeah, you did send it to me. Brilliant.
We're doing very, very well, Bampy. Very well indeed. Let's have a little look at this one. Nick Vincent says, seriously, not a good idea to align wholeheartedly with Tommy. The media will destroy what you may think. I mean, look, I don't think that I can't speak for anyone else other than myself, and I don't. But I don't think that we're looking for Nigel Farage to stand up tomorrow and, make Tommy the deputy leader of Reform, right? But what we are expecting is a bit of respect, and a bit of recognition. and a bit of backup.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because we have a hero that is in trouble.
Absolutely.
We
Absolutely.
have a national treasure that needs saving. We have Britain's Nelson Mandela.
Exactly.
Who could be facing jail time, and we need some support. He needs some support. He deserves some support.
Oh, Paul, we've been screenshot again. I didn't tell you about that, did I?
Go on, what's that?
So, you know the lad that got arrested on June the 1st, one of the two, and I captured it on video. I managed to get the whole thing. It was done in front of me.
Yeah.
That Nick. And I told you about it. I was having him on. I didn't get time to have him on because I went to the dentist in the end. But there was...
Don't have nothing. He's a wrong one. Don't waste your time with him.
No, I know.
Don't waste your time with him.
No, I know. I was going to have a debate with him about, try and get him to prove what is. Yeah. But
I know all about him. He's a total wrong one.
Yeah. There was him, and then there's another guy who made a video, and he used a screenshot of us four on the first time that we got together as a thumbnail, and said, "Where were these four real? If these were real men, they would have attended the lockdown protests." So this is, and apparently these guys are patriots, but they make the claims that I've been accused of it. Of course, Tommy has as well, and all of us apparently are funded by Zionist companies.
I wish it was. Listen, I would take money from Zionists all day long. Just
yeah,
bring it through. Bring it,
mate. I tell you what, my stance on that. Look, everyone's got a right to say whatever they like as long as it's legal. I just let them get on with it. I don't get involved. Yeah. I don't rise to it. I don't reply to it. Look, if people want to say things, that's their right. But I just laugh. I've had this for 7 years. It is water off a duck's back. These people are completely irrelevant. They're not going anywhere. They're not doing anything constructive. All they can do is sit on the little chat rooms. Don't entertain them, PC, because they'll just suck you into their mad world. And you don't need the hassle, right? Especially that guy Nick. He's just man. Don't bother with him.
No,
I know them all. You see, I've seen them come and go. And they all get radicalized. They all end up on the far right, goose stepping up and down their little, tiny,
It is small as well. They call themselves, they think that they're the patriots, like they're the movement. That's what they're classing themselves as, but they're tiny. And they are so anti-Semitic. It is unreal.
Oh,
absolutely. Some of the posts they put on X is incredible. Absolutely. And
I'm just going to go and grab a little snack. I'll be back in a sec.
Yeah, no worries. Well, let's move on from that one anyway. Let's not, we won't talk about it.
Don't give them any publicity. You just don't give them the publicity. They're not worth it.
United 90, 5 years of hell, people. Starmer, a woke Muslim radical. Let's have a little look here. What will reform do? What will reform do about the bill entered into Parliament about the disestablishment of the Christian Church in Great Britain?
Very good question. That's a very good question. Again, I haven't been across this myself because I'm not Church of England, but I think it's another nail in the coffin of our Judeo-Christian heritage, and it can't be a good thing, because what the Church of England, the problem is the Church of England. Oh, there's ex-army Paz. He's
hey Paz, if you want to jump on, mate. Have you got his number?
I don't, mate. No, I don't. How can we get him on? If you're about, brother, get in touch so that we can get you on. If you want to join, would you do what? If I stick my email in there, Paul, would that work?
Yeah, that work.
Yeah. Listen, mate, if you want to jump on, send me an email, and we'll then send you the link. Don't know if you got that.
You've got the link, haven't you, Richard? Paz, if you want to jump on, mate, by all means, please do so.
He needs to grab my email address. Send me an email so I've got his email, because I don't have his email. Or unless he puts his email in the chat.
Or you put yours in the chat and he can email you.
Mine in the chat. Yeah, I put mine in the chat. So
good man.
Ex-Army Paz, if you're still on there and you want to jump on, mate, just just give us an idea that you're there, and we'll get you on, brother.
Couple of people saying that I've upset all the bores by saying about Mandela. Look, I'm not an expert in South African bits and bobs, but what I meant by that is that Mandela was jailed. That's the comparison that I was making.
Paul, I've said that for years. In fact, I did a speech years ago when Tommy was in prison. I can't remember which time he was in, but one of the times he's in prison anyway. And I said, look, Tommy's more important than Nelson Mandela, because let's get it right. Mandela was a terrorist. Tommy wasn't. You know, and that's just a fact of history. You know.
Tommy
Yeah,
wants
exactly.
to save our country, doesn't he? And he's personal to us, because this is our country that we're we're trying to preserve, our culture and values.
And the reality is, I mean, obviously, you know, Tommy's a friend of mine, apart from anything else. But the reality is that that the whole British working class feels it when Tommy gets persecuted. It's as simple as that. Everybody feels it. Yeah, there's someone. Mandela was a terrorist. Tommy isn't. Yeah, that's absolutely true. And Mandela was a terrorist. I mean, he was in the ANC, which is a terrorist organization. You know, Tommy's never been in a terrorist organization.
Let's have a little look. Just looking at some of the chats coming through, guys. Any more results coming in?
Not yet. I'm looking.
Not
now.
at the moment, mate. We're still on 6. 6 seats at the moment.
Ian,
all but one.
Hope you four are all drinking coffee. Richard looks ready for a kip.
Paul, I always look ready for a kip, mate. In fact, I'll rephrase that. I always am ready for a kip, you know.
I've got to be honest with you. Do you know what? I'll tell you the truth, boys, right? At 8:30 this evening, I spoke to Danny and I said, Danny, I don't feel too clever, mate. I feel a bit Uncle Dick, you know what I mean? I was like, I felt a bit rough, and I thought, I don't know if I'm going to be able to make this. And I've managed to pull myself together, but there you go. I mean, it's been. Are we looking forward to the football Saturday, lads? What do you reckon?
Oh mate, you know what? I've got to take my car through MOT at flipping 7 o'clock. I'm going to miss it.
You got to change that.
Not a fan, no.
Because over here, it's like there's something wrong with the MOT system over here. Like there's like a 6-month waiting list. So it was a cancellation that I got last minute. It's a nightmare. Right. No email from ex-army Paz that I can see, unless it's. So he's probably going, I'm not going to go on that stream with those lunatics that are still staying awake at 1 o'clock in the morning. He's got more sense than the rest of us. That's I think what's happening.
4 hours.
Yeah. This is the marathon of marathons. Do you know what we should do? We're talking about, you know, the people talking about our Zionist funders. We should do a telethon. You know, the way they used to do those telethons in America, you know, just a fundraiser and see how far we can go and how much money we can raise for the cause.
Take it in shifts.
Yeah.
There's a question I want to address here, because there's a little bit of this going on sometimes in the chat. Boot Burner says, if you guys didn't fight the lockdowns the first time, how do we know you won't cave in when the climate lockdowns come in? I just want to make
that. Can I answer that? I did fight the lockdowns the first time. I spoke against the lockdowns. I was in Northern Ireland. I mean, what do they want me to do? Get on a plane and fly to Hyde Park and go and march in Hyde Park and live in Northern Ireland?
Well, here's the other thing that I will say is that, look, my passion is saving the future of our country.
Yeah.
I can only, there's not enough hours in the day for me to do one cause properly.
Absolutely.
You know, I can't do, and I have, believe it or not, I have people contacting me, and this is the honest truth, right? I hope they're not watching, but I have people that have contacted me and say, Paul, can you help me? My drains are blocked and the local council won't come and fix it, right? You know, if people knew the sort of things that we're doing.
Gateshead Central and Wickham Labour hold 7 seats. Haven't got the backup with that. I can try and listen.
Win the seat back up in Scotland. They'll be vying for the post of Foreign Secretary. Who would you prefer?
they've not got, unless someone can look, it's Gateshead, Central and Wickham. Labour hold, which is obviously expected.
Again, yeah.
But I don't know. I can't tell the. Yeah, at the moment, there's only one loss to any other party at the moment, and that was obviously the Conservatives.
Yeah.
But there's only one seat down at the moment. So
right, I've got a challenge here. Zagazant says, if you're doing great, if you want to check your brain power, try saying red leather, yellow leather 5 times fast. If you can do it, I'll send you 20 quid.
Oh.
Is that a challenge to you, Paul?
Yeah, what about us?
It probably is, but I'll tell you what I'll do. Listen, I don't want you sending me 20 quid, but I will try it. Red leather, yellow leather, red leather, yellow leather, red leather, yellow leather, red leather, yellow leather. There you go.
Perfect.
4 times, Paul. Paul, sad to say
right,
that's
red
4
leather,
times.
yellow leather.
Right, fella, get the wallet out. Whoever said that, 20 quid. Get on the screen.
I want to get we need to get the Gateshead. Has anyone got access to a computer?
We just had a little bit of we had a drop in internet power there for the moment. Hold on a minute. I don't know what's going on.
That coincided with my drop in brain power.
Yeah. Embark, thank you. Run a poll in the whole of the UK. Who knows Paul Thorpe and Richard Inman? For the both of you to have had the nerve to believe you lent the vote to Tommy to Nigel is laughable. You can't even vote for Tommy.
Thanks for the 20 quid.
Yeah. No, listen. You're reading that wrong. You're reading that completely wrong. We and our movement have lent the vote to reform. That is a fact, Richard, correct?
Absolutely.
We have lent the vote.
Everybody in the whole movement.
As has Tommy. As has Tommy.
And Tommy.
And Maya Tusi.
Maya Tusi, yeah.
You know,
all of those people. If you take those votes away and that publicity away.
We're touching, I think Lawrence has got about 850,000 subs or something, hasn't he, on all his socials? I think, Paul, you've got touching 200,000.
Just under, yeah.
Yeah. Tommy, 600,000 on Twitter. Tusi, 500,000. And then all the micro, little tiny channels like mine, 20,000 here, 20,000 there. We're not far shy of 2 million people watching our channels. Now, there's going to be a bit of duplication, no doubt about it.
Cool.
And that's just subscribers. You got to think about views as well.
Yeah.
On top of
that, and social media that's reproduced on other channels. I mean, that situation we had outside the Trocadero with the England flags, where it all kicked off. On Turning Point alone, they got I think 2 million views in a couple of days. So, you know, the reach that we've got on social media, even when when it's not even our own channels, is absolutely off the chart. So
yeah. So going back to Embark's question here, what I will say, Embark, my channel alone in the last 28 days has had 4.5 million views. I think that is a big voice. I think that is a lot of potential votes for reform. So if you say it's laughable, I would disagree. But thank you anyway. I appreciate that. Good friend of mine, Chris Lutty. A big thanks to Paul and panel for an excellent stream, and a big up to the mods. Absolutely. The mods always do a wonderful job for me. Say Gazun. He sent it anyway. Thank you very much. Well done. Your brain power is indeed mighty. I tell you what, mate, I'm actually surprised myself that I got through that. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I've impressed myself getting through that. Must be this new
lorry, didn't it? Not leather. Red lorry, yellow lorry.
When I was growing up, it was always leather. It's probably an old one.
Ah, right. Okay.
Can anyone, sorry to be a pain, can anyone get these? I just want to see if reform comes second again for Gateshead, Central and Wickham. I've only got a phone here and it's proving difficult. Richard, are you able to get those stats?
So what we're looking for there?
Gateshead, Central and Wickham, just to see if that's the 7th seat, and just to see if Reform comes second
so
again.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, someone said yes, they did.
Labour up one still. So they've only actually won one seat so far. Taking one seat off the Tories so far.
Yeah.
So this one's
just I was wondering if Reform comes second again.
Yeah, apparently they did. Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Which seat is it? Which street you're looking at?
Gateshead, Central, and Wickham. Wickham.
For some reason, I'm looking on. Oh yeah, I've got it here now. Okay, let's have a look. Gateshead. Yeah, Reform are second on 21% of the vote.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Lib Dem's came third. I mean, the Tories are taking one. They'll have a kick in, aren't they?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Oh well, poor old Rishi.
The electoral system is the way it is because had it been the other way, if they had it the way that Nigel was talking about having it done, and it was just by votes alone, Reform would be smashing it.
The problem is with PR, it militates towards small parties. Now, if you've got loads and loads of small lefty parties like we have, like the Greens, the Lib Dems, yeah, exactly, yeah. So basically, if you've got all these micro parties, that they're the big winners. Workers' Party, they're the big winners. So you end up having to do deals with the devil, literally, because you've got to do deals with the small parties. Because it's on proportional representation, you're not going to get something like a massive majority for Labour like you've got here, because it goes on the percentage of the actual, it depends on how it's set up. It goes on the percentage of the vote rather than the first past the post system. So you end up with things spread out and lots of small parties having to do deals with each other. So it always mitigates and goes towards the left and the progressives and the people that we don't really want in power. So even though first past the post is not ideal for us now, in 5 years' time, if Farage stays with the game, and this is the big question, we don't know what Farage is going to do, but if Farage stays with it for the next 5 years and he stays fit and healthy and the Reform Party is the answer, then it's going to be a different kettle of fish because they're going to be real challengers. But again,
going back to that Gateshead one, we had 18,000 for Labour, 8,500 for Reform. Lib Dems look like they've come third at 4,000 odd, or nearly 5,000, and the Conservatives were fourth in that at 4,600. So again, Reform seem like they're getting double the vote than Labour. Than Conservatives, but Labour are still some way ahead. Sadly.
Well, they come
Sorry
bottom.
for interrupting.
The Tories have come last.
Where's that? Where have they come last?
That's the Gateshead, Central, and Wickham.
Even the Lib Dems beat them. Oh wow!
What is the
They lost 21.5% Conservative, but Labour lost 1.7%. Reform gained obviously 17.5%.
What is the future for Farage now? And we asked this question last night. Are the Tories going to try and tempt him over?
There's a possibility.
I think they're going to be so devastated that, and of course the other thing is, would they forgive him because it's him that's basically the author of their downfall? I think they would have been smashed anyway, but yeah.
I said about a month ago, I think just after the election was when was the election announced now?
5 weeks ago.
I think that pretty much the day after the election was announced, I said that the only chance the Tories have of winning this next election is if they he's putting Farage in charge, giving and he made Suella Braverman his second in command.
Yeah,
I believe that if they'd have done that, they could have still won this election.
Yeah.
Obviously, they didn't do it. It now remains to be seen what happens with Suella. I'm really hoping that she
wins a seat.
That she wins her seat and she jumps ship.
Yeah, that would be good. That would be good.
Do you know what? This is where I'm gonna break ranks a little bit. And this is what, if I was the Conservative Party and I was Farage, this is what I would have done. I would have done a massive electoral pact throughout the country, and if actually with the right wing of the Conservative Party. So if I'd have been on the right of the Conservative Party, I would have been talking to Farage on the QT. So Suella, you know, who's this guy that Steve Baker, all those sort of people that are probably going to lose the seats. Liz Truss. I would have gone to Farage and said, look, you stand down in our seats, go after the wet seats, the ones that are the Liberal Tories that are the real problem. And Farage could have actually done a deal then where he could have literally united the right of the Conservative Party with the Reform Party. It would have taken a little bit more thought, a little bit less swashbuckling who are these Labour voters? Yeah, absolutely. But so if Farage had basically gone to the right of the Conservative Party, because Suella did reach out to him, and he ridiculed her and belittled her, and what it could have done is blunted this horrendous majority that the Labour Party is now actually going to have, and because it's all well and good coming second in all these constituencies, but second don't do nothing. Doesn't put a seat on the green benches in Parliament, and that's where I'm going to say, okay, we've got everyone to back you, but what was your strategy? Was it just to destroy the Tories and give us a massive Labour majority? It's a question that's got to be asked. It's a question that's got to be asked.
Yeah,
and it's not comfortable. It's not comfortable, but we've got to ask it, because we're going to have 4 years of hell because of what's happened. You know,
sadly,
I've got to be honest with you. I don't want to know who voted Labour, because quite honestly, I don't think I could bring myself to speak to them. That's how bad it's got. I really don't think that if someone actively is a Labour voter and they know what they're doing, I can't bring myself to speak to them, because I consider them, quite honestly, it's a horrible word to use, but I actually consider them traitors.
Yeah, I agree, Paul. I agree 100%. 100%.
And it's I don't like using that term, but that is genuinely how I feel about them. I feel they have. Oh well, I mean, it is what it is, you know. It's just
become an election of revenge, hasn't it? That's what I believe.
That's a good shout. Yeah,
that's all it is.
Right.
It's nothing.
They want to punish the Conservatives.
It could have been the election of revenge for the Labour and the Tory party.
Exactly. Yeah,
and it still is, to many degrees. It still is.
It's the whole traditional way of thinking, isn't it? With the Brits, you know, if the Tories wind us up, we'll go for the Reds. If they wind us up, we'll go for the Tories. Unfortunately, and you know, but again, people will remember this. Like we said, in about 18 months, probably less, when they start feeling the pinch of all this and seeing what they'll see on the streets. And if Reform and like Rich said, if Nigel's still fit and healthy and running with Reform and has a plan to stay, we'll smash it easy in the next.
Well, but I think this is where there needs to be, and that's why I'm mentioning what I mentioned a few minutes ago. There needs to be proper planning and proper strategy between now and then, and there needs to be people like Matthew Goodwin involved in the party. And I mean, that guy's, you know, obviously letting off steam for whatever reason against us, and but that, you know, I mean, the reality is he's got a right to his opinion 100%. But the truth of the matter is, when you look at what happened in the 2000 which one was it? 2018, I think, was it, when Theresa May went to the country and got smashed by. Well, she lost a lot of votes to was it the Brexit Party then? It wasn't it? Was it the Brexit Party that put Theresa May out of power, or made her get sacked and yeah, I can't remember either. But anyway, when we were doing the thing with UKIP, you know, he's talking about crunching numbers. I crunched all the numbers and looked at the seats that UKIP could have won that were basically leave seats that had Remain candidates in them, which was a big thing back then. And I gave the whole spreadsheet to Jared Batten, and Jared was going to run with it. And again, like I say, unfortunately, the UKIP NEC and other people decided to push Jared out of the party before the election. So yeah, you know, it is what it is.
The Secret Vault, shout out to John Wedger and Bill Maloney. Love your Cockney accent and husky voice there. Paul, you could do TV adverts, mate. Thank you, Secret Vault. I'm
That's
not
why
sure
you've
about
got
that.
lots of subs. You've got that voice, Paul. You really have.
I don't know about that.
It's
Paul,
Ray Winston-esque, isn't it?
Furry Reformer Day from Small Acorns, Mighty Oaks Grow. Thank you, Embark. Again, let's have a little look. Nigel has pounds to spend on stats. Supporting Tommy would suppress how many Brexit Labour voters and Conservatives. Paul, Johnny come lately, and Richard hasn't crunched any of the numbers nor have the data. Well, look, mate, you're paying for the privilege of having your say. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Yeah, I am a Johnny come lately to the movement. Yeah, I've been busy earning a living.
Can we just say that Nigel's not supporting Tommy? Tommy's lent his support to Nigel.
Yeah.
At this time, what goes on in the future, who knows? But at this time,
he does. To be fair though, he does have a point. He is right in some ways. You know, I do agree with what he's saying there in the respect that, you know, we don't. I've said it before. I don't expect. I think it would be foolhardy for Nigel to come out and publicly support Tommy and make a big fuss of it. I don't think it would do him any favours, at least short term. And he is right when he says it won't do him any favours with Labour and some Conservatives. That is correct. And I'm speaking for myself. Richard might feel a little bit differently.
No, I know where I absolutely know where you're coming from, because the reality is, look, this isn't about. There's different ways that you can support people. You can overtly support people, and you can covertly support people. Yeah, I know what that guy's saying. I know what that guy's saying. But again, we've been down this road before, and we have crunched the numbers before, and we've looked at all this stuff in a lot of detail. I think that this is the first shot in a long war, obviously, but could it have all been planned better and more people been brought along and built a massive coalition on the right? I think it probably could.
Quickly, Labour have held another seat, so that's Cramlington and Killingworth.
Where is that?
They've held another seat. I'm not sure.
Up in the Cramlington's up in the north. Yeah, it's Northumberland.
Again, is there any way of us getting the stats how Reform done?
Yeah, I'll have a look.
Cramlington and Killingworth.
Okay.
Susie says she's going off to inspect the inside of her eyelids. I'll see the results in the forenoon.
I'm going to probably do the same myself shortly.
Yeah, we will wrap it up before long, guys, because to be fair, Maya is also live as well. So what we'll do is we'll wrap this up in a moment, and we'll send everyone over to Maya.
Yeah,
when you get over to Maya's stream, guys, tell him we sent you, and tell everyone over there to make sure they subscribe. Go on, Richard.
How many are with us still, Paul?
2,500 still.
It's hard to turn off when you've got that many people watching, you know?
It is, isn't it? It is. Cramlington and Killingworth. Reform came second on 20% of the vote. Labour, 49.1%. Conservatives on 18.9% of the vote. So they were down 21%. Reform were up I can't understand why they're saying Reform was at 12%. Reform didn't stand in the last election, so I don't understand where they're getting these stats from on the Sky News website, because Reform started from nothing, as far as I'm concerned, unless they're trying to lump them in with UKIP or Brexit Party or whatever it is, but probably Brexit Party. But 18.9% 18.9 plus 20.8. So we're talking 39%. So the 10% behind Labour in that seat anyway. So even if you added the Conservative and the Reform vote together, they're still not beating Labour in that seat. And Labour up 4.7% in that seat.
And it's still a Labour hold. It's a Labour hold, isn't it? So.
It's a Labour hold. So Reform have got a lot of work to do in Labour seats because the Labour Party are doubling the vote in a lot of these seats, you know.
I'll tell you what's going to be more interesting, I think, when we start get down to the Blackburns, the Burnleys, some parts of Birmingham, and see what happens there. Because don't forget, George Galloway's mob are going to eat into the Labour vote big time there.
South Shields is held as well. Labour again.
Where's that?
Shields.
South Shields.
Yeah. Labour again. So
do we have any on the
Rich?
Oh, what we're looking for South Shields? Yeah. Okay, let's have a look.
Yeah.
Let's have a look. Okay.
So whilst you're looking on there, Rich, I spoke to Sammy earlier, Paul, about putting her in contact with you. Is that all right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Brilliant.
Yeah, absolutely. Where she's from? Where? From Rebel
Wow.
Urban Scoop. She was one of the victims from the grooming gangs that Tommy covered.
Yeah, she was Rotherham, I think. Sammy, she's a good girl. She's been about a long time. I don't know her personally, but I've seen a lot of her stuff. She's good, and been through a very harrowing, difficult story. But yeah, she came actually. The first demo she came to was Telford in January, believe it or not, and she reported on it for herself. Right. Okay. So South Shields. This is an interesting one. Labour 41%, down 3%. Reform 23%. In third place, now I find this incredible because these people are total headbangers. I mean, these people are worse than Labour. The Greens are in third place. I wonder if the candidate was Alan Akbar, you know. But yeah, the Greens are in third place.
So there's a big misconception still out there about the Green Party that they are this nice, peaceful, cuddly, middle of the road, wouldn't hurt a fly, bunch of people, and that is where I feel there's a lot of voting ignorance still.
Yeah, totally.
I mean, there's also as well. There's a lot of naivety and blindness to politics, especially for people at my age bracket, with the early 30s or late 20s, that type of age, and then a bit younger as well. Not a lot of people care. They just go to work, come back, and that's it. And then the general election comes out, and they literally go on by what media says, and they go, right, well, this person says that reforms are racist, right, so we can't vote for them. And that's simply what they put it down to. They don't actually look into. A lot of people I know have done that, and it's like I've been trying to have these conversations with them, and they go, "I don't want to get into politics." It's like, well, you have to. You need to know this stuff, because if you don't, the country could end up going in a state because of your ignorance. So I believe instead of teaching critical race theory and gender ideology, they should be teaching about politics, like just a small subject of it, just to teach them.
The trouble is, mate, they do, but it ain't the sort of politics we want to.
Well, yeah. Well, they push politics onto them in a manner of ideologies, but they don't really speak about, the whole voting system and stuff like that. It's and how important it is to have your vote. That should be instilled into people.
Hulk's green arse, thank you very much, mate. Well done, 4P, Danny, Richard, and PC on a fantastic and long live stream. Reform all the way. And I've got your badge here, mate. It sits on my desk. Thank you very much, brother. Appreciate that. Let's have a look. Let's give you a final
possibility. Is there a possibility that some of these on the voting so far that we certainly could nick a couple of these Conservative seats that we're not expecting to nick, where we'll beat Labour as well? I know Labour are hugely in front in everything so far, But these are all Labour strongholds, and they always have been, apart from one. And is there a possibility that we could nick some more seats with Reform than what we're expecting? Because it's stronger than I imagined. They're doing better than I thought
Well, I
they
think
would.
it's the important seats, it's the winnable seats that we've not really had yet what I will call a winnable seat declared.
No, exactly.
And that's what we're gonna, that's what we gotta wait and see. Let me just have a little look. What we got here. Embark is back again. You don't have to spend your money I don't mind a bit of criticism. I'm happy to read it out. To think Paul Thorpe and even worse Richard are media trained and have spent their money on data to make informed decisions is madness. By supporting Tommy movement is going to deter the whole country. Look, you're welcome to, you're entitled to your opinion, mate. I am not media trained, for whatever that's worth. But anyway, it doesn't matter. Guys, listen, what do you think has it been a positive night so far before we wrap up?
Yeah, I think it's been good. I mean, I'm just waiting to see what's happening with my candidate, whether he's actually won or not, but it's looking very good for my guy in North Down. So that's a big win because it was controlled by a liberal lefty for ages, So yeah, I think it's been a good night and we'll see.
Paul, is Noel available for a quick chat before? It looks like he didn't succeed, but just before we go.
I'm not going to bother him now, mate, because he said he will message me when he's free because he has to come out of the
out of the building.
Out of the building, yeah, exactly. Guys, we have been going for, where are we? 4.5 hours. 4.5 hours, sorry. We have had 61,000 people watching over that period. Absolutely unbelievable. Thank you so much, guys. Don't forget, Maya is live. If you want to stay with the lives tonight, Maya is live. As soon as we shut down here, nip over to Maya, tell him we sent you. Yeah, let's keep our fingers crossed and hope that we wake up tomorrow to a few members of parliament. Let's have a look. Not yet. We don't have any seats just yet, but I'm hoping that we will have by the end of play. I wonder what time.
There's only 9. There's only 9 seats been declared out of the 550, 650. Is it 500, 650? There's
I wonder
only 9 been
when
declared.
Nigel's seat gets declared. Does anyone know? Have any idea when there are 13 seats projected?
They said about 5 in the morning Nigel's comes round, doesn't it?
Did they?
That's what I heard on GB News. So
yeah,
whether that's right or
not. Thank you very much. Where are we?
Helmet rimmer. It's brilliant.
Angel of Light, thank you very much. I really appreciate that. Let's just make sure that we haven't got any more supers in that need reading. Guys, that is it. Thank you so much for joining us. I really appreciate it. Love to everyone out there. Hope you get what you wish for in the morning. We will be back soon. And for us, the work starts tomorrow.
Just before we go.
Yeah.
Lib Dems have just taken a seat. Harrogate, and they've taken that from Conservative.
Wow.
That's not Rishi. Not Rishi's seat, is it? Where? Oh, no, he's Richmond, isn't he? Is he Richmond?
Yeah, this is
it's near Rishi. North
Harrogate
Yorkshire.
And God, my eyes are terrible this time of night. Caronsborough? Knaresborough. Sorry.
Who's come second there? The Tories?
Well, I would think so, but you've got to. Oh, mate, sorry, we were just shutting it up, weren't we? But the first Lib Dem seat needs a shout, doesn't it?
Let's have a look. So,
at least that's one that Conservative haven't got. Labour haven't got. Wouldn't it be great if they only got 325 seats at the end of this?
But you know what? Paul was saying what you're wishing for. I'm wishing that this is one of those situations when you wake up in the morning and go, oh, it was all a dream. And Nigel's prime minister again. We've been living in a parallel universe for a little while, eh? Tommy's home secretary just for that guy that's spending all his money, you know.
Right,
Can
gentlemen.
you get the stats? Oh no, go on, carry on. If
No,
we're
gonna close it down. Love to everyone. Nip over to Mayers, and we'll see you very soon. PC, thanks for coming on. Richard, thanks for being a star. Danny, as always, you're a gentleman. Good night. God bless everyone.
We'll do it all again in 5 years' time.
Yeah.
More like tomorrow.
Yeah.